Every year, hundreds vanish inside our national parks. No struggle. No trace. Just gone. The rangers who go looking, the ones trained to track, to rescue, sometimes find more than they're ready to see. These are their accounts. True reports, drawn from incident logs, missing person files, and the ones that never made it to the public record. You've heard the legends. Now listen to the people who had to walk into them. My name is Holly Meyer. I serve as a trail crew leader for the North Cascades Restoration Division, stationed out of Marble Mount, Washington. It's a quiet job most of the time: chainsaw work, erosion checks, and rebuilding switchbacks that have washed out in spring floods. The stretch we were assigned that morning was called Ashline Spur, a short access spur carved into the upper ridgeline after the 2021 wildfire. The name stuck from the incident report, though none of us liked it. The fire had eaten everything but a line of stubborn old firs that somehow refused to burn, standing in gray soil as if fossilized mid-flame. We were sent in to start reclamation work, remove deadfall, stabilize the grade, reseed where the soil hadn't gone sterile. The air still carried the ghost of smoke 2 years later. Fine black dust rose with every step, clinging to your gloves, seeping into your collar. The morning sun cut through the haze and dull, syrupy light that made distance hard to gauge. There were 5 of us that day: me, Louise from the district office, twins named Rob and Colin who handled saw duty, and Jenna, our newest hire, quiet but sharp. We parked the crew truck near the fire line at 7:12, logged in over the radio, and started the 1.5-mile hike up to the spur. The first thing I noticed was how still it was. Usually, burn scars hum with insects or the tentative chirp of birds coming back after a season or two. But Ashline Spur was silent in a way that pressed into your eardrums. Even our voices seemed muffled, as though the ash swallowed sound. We split into pairs, Colin and Rob up front to cut through the down logs, Louise hauling the seed sacks, Jenna and I marking erosion ruts for fill work. Standard field procedure. Nothing about it was remarkable until we reached the bend about 300 yards up. The ridge narrowed there, pinched between a slope of charred stumps and a shallow basin filled with fine, silvery ash that glittered faintly in the light. Luis was the first to step into it. Still soft, he said, testing the ground with his boot. The ash gave under his weight, sinking a good inch before compacting. He moved across easily, leaving clear tread marks behind. I followed, careful not to raise a dust cloud. When we were halfway through, Jenna called out from behind us. Her tone wasn't alarmed at first, just puzzled. "Ah, Holly? You seeing this?" We turned. She was crouched near the start of the basin, gloved fingers brushing the surface. At first I thought she meant our footprints, but the marks she was pointing to weren't ours. They ran parallel to the trail, faint but unmistakable, fresh human tracks. That alone wasn't impossible. Locals sometimes wandered through recovery zones despite the signage. But these were wrong in a way I couldn't immediately name. They were deep, as if whoever made them had weight well beyond a normal person, and they pressed under the ash, meaning the layer had fallen after the prints were made. Louise frowned. "Wait. That's backwards." I crouched beside her, pushing gently at the edge of one print. The surface ash crumbled, revealing more compact gray beneath. The tread pattern was sharp, clear, and recent. The top layer was fine, uniform, undisturbed except where the depressions broke through. There hadn't been any rainfall in a week, no wind strong enough to redeposit ash. Yet somehow, something, or someone had walked this path before the ash settled, and then the ash had appeared afterward. "How deep do they go?" I asked. Jenna used a stick to probe one. 3 inches, maybe 4. Pretty heavy. Rob whistled low. "Big guy, huh?" "Or boots filled with lead," Louise said, half joking, though his tone had tightened. We followed the line of prints upslope. They wove slightly, not wandering but purposeful, leading through the basin toward the ridge bend where the spur met the old lookout road. Each print was identical in depth and spacing, consistent stride, consistent pressure. No drag marks. No scoffs. Whoever walked there hadn't hesitated or stumbled. At the bend, the track stopped. Cleanly. The last print was cut off at the edge of a scorched log. Beyond that, nothing, just unbroken ash, smooth as silk. Colin stared. They just stopped. No turnaround? None, I said. I scanned the ridge. The trees ahead were black skeletons, their shadows stretching downhill. The soil shimmered with heat. There was nowhere for anyone to have stepped without leaving a mark. Luis pulled out his radio. Might be worth logging a note for the district. Could be vandalism. Or hell, I don't know, someone testing something out here. I nodded but didn't answer. Something about the air felt off again, denser, maybe. A low hum in the background, not a sound exactly but a vibration in the chest, the kind you get near live power lines. We spent the next hour working in uneasy quiet. I marked the ruts, the twins cleared brush. Every so often, one of us glanced at that last footprint, still perfect, like it had been stamped into wet cement. Around 10 o'clock, the wind shifted. It carried the faint smell of something not quite smoke, metallic, sharp. I told myself it was scorched minerals heating in the sun. When I called lunch, Jenna stayed behind to finish flagging. She was maybe 20 yards down trail, kneeling near a section where the ash had drifted thicker. I was checking the pack inventory when she said my name quiet, almost like she didn't want to be heard. Holly? I looked up. She wasn't facing me. Her head was tilted, listening to something. What is it? She didn't move for a few seconds. Then she said, "There's footprints here too." I sighed, already walking over. Probably runoff. Or animal, she cut me off. They're ours. That froze me. I came closer. She pointed to the ground beside her. Sure enough, there were fresh prints again, but not identical to ours. The spacing matched my stride almost exactly, and one of them overlapped the tread of my own boot from earlier. The ash layer was the same, untouched except for those precise depressions pressed beneath. They weren't here before, she said. She was right. I had passed that very spot less than 30 minutes earlier when setting flags. There'd been nothing. The ash was smooth then. I crouched, forcing my breath to steady. Maybe the winds. No, Jenna said sharply. The ash isn't disturbed. It's still lying flat on top. The silence after that felt enormous. Even the twins stopped sawing. Luis came over when he heard the tone in her voice. He didn't say anything at first, just looked from the prints to me, then back again. Finally, he muttered, "We should log out early. This site's unstable. Crown shift or gas vent, maybe." I agreed faster than I should have. We packed up in tense quiet. The radio crackled when Luis tried to reach dispatch, but all we got was static. The ridge blocked signals sometimes, but the timing still made my skin prickle. As we started back down, I turned for one last look. The prints behind Jenna, my prints, or what looked like them, were no longer visible. The ash was smooth again, as if the ground had exhaled and buried them. The trail back felt longer than it should have. Every crunch of bootfall sounded too loud. Halfway to the truck, the returned a deep vibration underfoot. Rob cursed, clutching his arm. He said he felt it through the handle of his saw, like electricity running through metal. No one spoke after that. By the time we reached the parking area, it was nearly 1 p.m. The sun had gone dim behind a sudden veil of haze. Luis called in our log over the emergency channel this time: site disturbance, possible soil instability. We didn't mention the prints. But when I closed the tailgate and looked up toward the ridge, I could still see faint shapes moving through the shimmer of ash, shadows crossing where no one should be walking. And every single one stepped in perfect rhythm with ours. We didn't go back up right away. Regulations said any unexplained ground vibration in a post-burn zone required geological clearance first, so the site was flagged for hazard inspection. That was fine by me. No one argued. Luis told me later he didn't sleep much that night, said he kept thinking about how the prints had reburied themselves. Jenna didn't say anything at all. She just showed up to the yard the next morning pale and quiet, already halfway through a cup of coffee gone cold. By 8 a.m., we were told to hold standby. The district wanted one of their field engineers to walk the site with us, confirm it wasn't a gas vent or an unstable ash pocket. The engineer's name was Pierce, a lean guy with a red beard and a voice that carried confidence like armor. He said it was probably nothing but heat discharge trapped in the sublayer. Ground exhales, he called it. Happens when temperature drops overnight. You get a little puff, the top crust settles different. Makes it look like something shifted. I wanted to believe him. Still, I packed extra radio batteries and a spare air sensor before we headed out. The sky had turned brittle blue by the time we reached the ridge. It was colder, too, maybe 10 degrees down from the day before. Ashline Spur looked almost normal again, the shimmer gone, the air clearer. Even the silence felt lighter, like the forest was exhaling. But the prints, they were back. Not in the basin this time. These started right where our tire tracks ended, beside the crew truck. They led up the slope, one after another, each sunk cleanly beneath the thin ash layer. Pierce stopped walking. You all sure no one came out here since yesterday? No one, I said. Site was sealed. Gate locked. He crouched over one, squinting. Hell of a clear tread. That's a size 9 Danner, maybe? Same as yours, Meyer. My stomach sank. I wore Danners. Size 9. He looked up at me, grinning faintly. Guess you've got a twin. I didn't laugh. We followed the prints again, same spacing, same direction as before. The line trailed up toward the ridge bend where we'd found the first set, then turned east into the basin. This time they didn't stop. They climbed the slope. The 5 of us moved slow. Every bootfall puffed up gray clouds, but the air above the older prints stayed still, untouched. When we reached the crest, the wind cut through the burnt timber, carrying a thin whine like glass singing. Pierce bent to test the ground temperature with his gauge. Cool as hell, he said, surprised. No vent heat. No gas pocket. This ash shouldn't even hold shape like this, it should have crumbled. Jenna spoke for the first time all morning. Then how are the prints still sharp? Pierce didn't answer. He just looked toward the slope beyond. There, where the trail dropped into a shallow gully, we saw them again, prints spreading wider, fainter now, like someone walking downhill faster. And in the ash below the ridge, a darker shape sprawled half-buried. Luis cursed softly. Please tell me that's a log. I thought it was too until we got closer. It was a boot, half melted, toe pointing upslope. The leather was cracked and blackened, the soul warped by heat. Inside, you could still see the faint impression of a foot. Pierce squatted next to it. Old burn residue. Fire must have roasted it. No, Jenna whispered. Look at the ash around it. He did, then frowned. The ash wasn't layered like the rest of the slope. It was hollowed out, as if something heavy had pressed the boot down from above instead of it being buried from below. Could be from when the fire, Pierce started, then stopped. The wind had shifted again, and this time the smell that came with it was unmistakable. Burnt flesh, faint and sweet. We backed up. The basin had gone silent again. Not empty, silent. The kind of silence that feels watched. I scanned the slope. All right, I said, steadying my voice. We're logging this as biological debris. We flag the spot, call it in, and we leave. No taking. No one argued. But as we started marking coordinates, Jenna froze. She was looking downhill toward the old firebreak road. Someone's there, she said. I followed her gaze. Through the haze, a shape was moving human-sized, slow, cutting across the open slope about 200 feet away. It didn't make a sound. Hey! Pierce called, lifting a hand. The figure stopped. It wasn't facing us, but I could see it clearly now. A person in work clothes, helmet, vest, boots like a ranger or firefighter. The posture was stiff, unnatural. It stayed still for several seconds, then took one step, then another, toward the exact line of our earlier footprints. Must be another team, Luis muttered, already reaching for his radio. But the signal was dead again, nothing but static. Pierce frowned. All right, let's meet them halfway. We started downslope carefully, boots sinking with each step. The figure didn't move away or toward us, it just kept walking, head slightly bowed. When we were maybe 50 feet away, it stopped again, 1 foot half raised. That's when I saw the ash. It was falling upward. Tiny flecks rose from the ground around its legs, lifting into the air like smoke in reverse. I blinked hard, thought maybe it was a mirage from heat distortion, but the temperature gauge on my pack read 51 degrees. Cold. Jenna grabbed my sleeve. Holly, we shouldn't. She didn't finish. The figure's head lifted slowly, and for the first time we saw its face, or where its face should have been. There was nothing. Just a smooth, dark surface, like cooled glass or obsidian, reflecting the ridge behind us. Pierce whispered, Jesus. The thing, or whatever it was, turned its head slightly, like it was listening. Then it stepped backward, one careful stride, and sank straight down. Not like it fell or tripped. It simply descended, as though the ground had opened to swallow it. The ash filled in right after. We stood there a long moment, no one breathing. Luis broke first. We're done. I'm done. No one disagreed this time. Pierce looked shaken but professional, muttering something about optical illusion and pockets of compressed air, though he didn't sound convinced. We backed out the way we'd come, tracing our own tracks down to the truck. At the trailhead, I turned to make sure everyone was accounted for. Luis, Rob, Colin, Pierce. I scanned again. Where's Jenna? She was standing 20 yards behind, still on the slope. The wind was pushing her hair across her face, her posture strange, tilted slightly forward, like she was listening to something I couldn't hear. Jenna. I called. She turned, slow and unsteady, then looked past me toward the basin. Her voice came quiet, it's following our prints again. I didn't want to look, but I did. The ridge behind her shimmered faintly in the cold light, and beneath that shimmer, a new line of prints was forming, each one pressing through the surface from underneath, as if something invisible was walking up from below. By the time she reached us, they'd stopped. We drove back to base in silence. No one logged details beyond ground instability. Pierce signed off the report and said he'd file a geological review. That was 2 days ago. This morning, when I came in early to prep the next assignment, there was a thin layer of ash across the yard. Only ours. None of the other trucks had it. And on the hood of mine, pressed beneath the gray dust, was a single boot print size 9. Same tread as mine. Same as the ones on Ashline Spur. That night, I dreamed of walking through ash so deep it whispered when I breathed. Every footprint I made was filled before I could lift the next step. It wasn't falling from the air, it was rising from underneath, soft gray spilling up between my boots like the ground was breathing. When I woke, the taste of smoke lingered in my mouth. I arrived at the yard before sunrise. The air was crisp, clear. The trucks sat in line under the floodlights, their windows dusted faintly gray. I wiped my glove over the hood of mine. The print was still there, pressed clean through the ash to bare paint. Same tread, same size. The pressure ridges were distinct, as if someone had leaned their whole weight into it. Louis showed up not long after. He froze when he saw me looking. "You still thinking about that thing up there?" "I didn't sleep," I said. He rubbed his jaw. "I called the district. Pierce hasn't sent that report yet. He said he'd review data. That's all. Jenna didn't come in. Colin and Rob said she texted something about a fever, but her message timestamp was from 3:17 a.m. It just said, 'It's under my porch now.' We drove to our cabin 10 minutes downriver from base. The road curved through pine regrowth, the trunk still blackened near the roots from the burn. The air smelled of wet soot. Her place sat at the edge of the forest, a small one-room ranger cabin with a crawl space underneath. The front steps were half buried in gray silt that hadn't been there last week. Louise hunt once. No answer. I got out, crunching over the layer of ash that dusted the yard. It was thicker near the porch, like something had funneled it there. The boards creaked when I stepped onto them. "Jenna?" The door was unlocked. Inside smelled wrong, like old campfire and damp clothes. The lights were off, blinds drawn. Her radio sat on the table, still powered on, static whispering softly. Next to it was her field notebook, open to a page scrawled in pencil. "Don't step where it steps." Louise whispered, "Where the hell is she?" A noise answered from beneath the floorboards, a faint shifting, like someone dragging a heavy bag across sand. We froze. Then it came again, slower, deliberate. Scratch, pause, drag. Colin stepped back. "Tell me that's a raccoon." I motioned him quiet. Kneeling, I pressed my palm to the floor. The boards vibrated faintly. Cold radiated through the wood. It wasn't the rhythmic scurry of an animal. It was steady, measured. We backed out. Louis radioed dispatch, calling it a potential sinkhole, though his voice trembled halfway through. I circled around to the crawl space opening behind the cabin. The flap was half torn, fabric scorched at the edges like something had burned from underneath. The ground there wasn't dirt anymore. It was ash. Compact and smooth, undisturbed except for a single indentation, boot-shaped, pressed inward. Then another beside it. And another. They led deeper under the cabin. I crouched, shining my flashlight inside. The beam caught something pale near the back corner. For a heartbeat I thought it was bone, but it was just a handprint smeared into the ash, shallow but clear. Then the ash stirred. It lifted in small spirals, spinning toward me without breeze. The motion was slow, graceful, like underwater sand drawn by a current. I stumbled back, hitting my head on the porch rail. Louise grabbed my arm. "We're leaving. Now." We didn't argue. We didn't even shut the door. Back at the yard, Pierce was waiting, pacing beside his truck. He looked worse than yesterday, red-rimmed eyes, jittery hands. "I went up there again this morning," he said before we could ask. "Solo. Shouldn't have." I stared at him. "You what?" He laughed once, short and hollow. "Had to check a hypothesis. Thought it might be subthermal venting under the ridge. But there's nothing. No heat, no seismic read. You know what I did find?" He opened the truck bed cover. Inside was a section of trail stake, the kind we use for flagging boundaries. It was blackened, half buried in a chunk of compacted ash. In the center, preserved like it had been cast in plaster, was the imprint of a bare foot. Human. Toes splayed. Luis muttered a curse. Pierce ran a hand over his face. "And it wasn't there yesterday. The ridge, something's moving up there. The prints are new again. They keep appearing in rows, always following the last." I said, "We need to shut that trail. Lock it down, permanent." He nodded. "I already called it in, but the district wants photos. They think we're misreading drift patterns." Colin kicked at the dirt. "Then let them come see it." "They are," Pierce said. "Tomorrow." That night, I took home the notebook Jenna had left. I don't know why. Maybe because the words on that open page felt like a warning directed at us. The rest of the entries were rough field sketches, maps of ash lines spur drawn from memory. But the last few pages changed tone. Her handwriting had turned jagged, like she'd been writing fast. It waits for the sound of walking. The ash holds echoes. Every step feeds it. The prints aren't made by feet. They're where it breathes in. I read that line again and again. The phrasing didn't make sense until I remembered the way the ash had pulled upward around that faceless thing, like inhaling. At 2:40 a.m., I heard something outside my window. A soft thump, like someone stepping off a porch. Then another, closer. I turned off the lamp and sat still. My cabin sat on gravel. Any real steps should have crunched. These didn't. Just that muffled compression of fine dust. When I looked out, the floodlight caught the air in a strange haze, as if the particles were floating backward. I could see faint shapes on the ground where the light hit, the impressions of boots appearing one by one, leading from the edge of the yard toward my door. I backed away, breathing shallow. The prints stopped at the step. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then the ash on the porch stirred, swirling faintly, and the top layer shifted down, like something exhaled beneath it. The boards creaked softly. I forced myself to reach for my radio. Static. I tried the handheld backup. Nothing. Then a voice whispered through thin, barely audible, crackling under static. "Don't step where it steps." It was Jenna's voice. The transmission cut off, leaving only that low hum again, the same vibration from the ridge, faint but deep enough to rattle the glass. When dawn came, the air was still hazy. I opened the door slowly. The prints were gone, the porch smooth except for one small depression near the edge. Not a boot this time. A bare footprint. I didn't go back to Ashline Spur after that. I filed the report as personal leave due to stress, though Pierce knew better. He said he'd meet the district surveyors without me. That was yesterday. This morning, the district office called. Pierce never checked in. The team found his truck still parked by the gate. The only thing inside was his radio and a trail stake with my initials burned into the wood. And on the seat beside it, scattered in a fine, even layer, was ash. By the time the district brought me back in, Pierce had been missing 40 hours. The official term they used was delayed contact. I'd worked long enough to know what that really meant. When a ranger or engineer goes silent past 24, they're not delayed. They're gone. They sent me because I knew the terrain. I didn't want to go, but protocol framed it as liaison duty. I was to accompany the search team for coordination, 3 field techs, 2 forest officers, 1 geological surveyor named Vance. We set out before dawn. The road to Ashline Spur was colder than I remembered. Morning frost glittered on the blackened stumps, catching light from the trucks. None of us spoke for the first half hour. It wasn't silence exactly, more like everyone was afraid to fill it. When we reached the trail gate, Pierce's truck was still there. Frost on the windshield, doors locked. The interior looked untouched. But the ash on the ground was smooth again, like it had been brushed over by the wind. Only the tread lines from our boots began disturbing it as we stepped out. Luis hadn't come. He'd called in sick. I didn't blame him. We hiked up the ridge slowly, gear shifting in the cold. The air tasted metallic, the way it does before lightning. When the wind rose, it carried that faint scent again, burnt sweetness threaded through char. About halfway up, Vance crouched suddenly. Stop. We did. He pointed at the trail ahead. There they were again. Footprints. Same spacing. Same weight. Half a mile of them, weaving up the path. Could be Pierce's, one tech said. Vance shook his head. No scuff marks. The ash over top is settled. These formed after. After. I crouched, brushing the edge of one with my glove. Cold air leaked from the depression, not warmth, cold so sharp it burned. My breath came out in a small white cloud. We followed the prints to the basin. The sunlight there was dimmer somehow, thin and colorless. The ash rippled faintly underfoot, moving in waves like a slow tide. None of us wanted to mention it aloud. At the center of the basin stood something new, a stake driven upright into the ground, maybe 3 feet tall. It wasn't one of ours. The wood was dark, slick, as if soaked in oil. A tag flapped weakly from the top, burned almost unreadable. Only one thing was clear, a name scrawled in marker. Jenna Vale. The silence that followed was absolute. One of the techs cursed under his breath. Vance approached carefully, pulling a glove over his face. We're logging this and leaving. No digging, no touching. I nodded, but my eyes drifted toward the slope behind the stake. The surface there wasn't smooth anymore. It looked stretched, like the ash had been pushed upward from beneath. Something moved under it. It wasn't fast. Just a ripple, subtle, like something breathing below fabric. The radio on my shoulder crackled once. Static. Then a faint voice, distant and distorted. Meyer, copy? I pressed transmit. This is Meyer. We have a possible. The voice cut me off, clearer now. Don't step where it steps. I froze. The others looked at me. What? Vance asked. Radio interference, I said quickly. My throat felt dry. But then the ground shifted again, harder this time. The ash at the edge of the basin sagged, forming a shallow depression. It was the shape of a footprint bare, long, toes slightly curled inward. Another followed, then another, in a straight line toward us. The air temperature dropped fast. Our breath came in heavy fog. Vance shouted, "Back up." "Go!" We staggered uphill, ash flying around us. The prints kept forming, perfectly measured, each one pressing up through the surface like something walking from underneath. I counted 12 before I stopped looking. The hum started again, deep, bone level, vibrating through the soles of my boots. It wasn't sound anymore, it was presence, like standing too close to heavy machinery underground. The stake began to lean, ash spilling around its base. Then the surface tore open. Not wide, just a crack, a breath. Gray dust billowed up, cold and sweet-smelling. And through that rising veil came a shape, tall, human-sized, but too thin, too rigid. Its outline flickered like heat mirage, though the air was freezing. It took a step. The ash folded beneath it but didn't scatter. Every nerve in my body screamed to run, but my legs felt locked. The thing tilted its head, not toward me, exactly, but like it was listening for the sound of movement. Its surface caught light, glossy black, reflecting the basin, the ridge, the pale sky. No face, no features. Just smooth darkness and the echo of boots pressing into ash. Vance fired a flare toward it. The red streak hissed through the air and struck the ground beside the shape. The light flared, then vanished, snuffed like a candle. The thing didn't react. It only lifted one arm, slow, mechanical, and set its hand on the stake with Jenna's name. The wood sank instantly, vanishing into the ground as though pulled downward by suction. Then the ash flattened again. Gone. The only trace left was a ring of frost where it had stood. We didn't talk after that. Not on the way down. Not while filing the report. The official summary read, localized subsidence due to residual combustion gases. Nobody used the words footprint or figure. Nobody mentioned the radio. That was 6 days ago. Since then, we've had ash appear in 3 more sites across the district, places miles apart, untouched by the 2021 burn. The pattern's the same, prints forming under the surface, cold radiating upward, small tremors underfoot. Each time, they stop where human tracks begin. The district suspended all trail reclamation work yesterday. But this morning, my supervisor asked me to check the base perimeter. Someone had seen movement on the cameras overnight. I walked the yard just before dawn. The air was still, heavy with that faint metallic scent. The ash wasn't thick, just a fine dusting, barely visible under the floodlights. But the ground along the fence line was disturbed. Boot prints. At first I thought they were mine from earlier shifts, but the stride was longer, the depth heavier. I followed them to the maintenance shed. They ended at the door. On the metal, someone had pressed a handprint clear, black, and cold to the touch. Inside, the lights flickered. I could see shapes on the floor, faint, circular indentations like breath marks, forming and fading in slow rhythm. When the generator kicked on, the sound of air moving through the fence almost mimicked that long. Almost. Now, sitting here writing this, I can feel a tremor under the floor. It's subtle, but it's there. Every time I shift my weight, It answers like it's listening for the pattern of steps. I keep remembering Jenna's note. The prints aren't made by feet. They're where it breathes in. If that's true, then the ground here isn't solid anymore. It's skinned. There's movement outside again, soft thuds on the gravel, muffled, patient. The window beside the desk shows nothing but haze, though I can make out faint ridges forming in the dust, pressing inward toward the door. I don't think it's following me anymore. I think it's tracing the shape of where I've been learning it. I've stopped moving. If it follows the rhythm of steps, maybe stillness means safety. The lights just flickered again. The ash under the door is lifting. It's breathing in. My name is Trent O'Keefe. I am the district ranger assigned to the northern sector of Voyageurs National Park, Minnesota. My area includes a stretch of backcountry lakes known collectively as the Silver Chain, small, dark bodies of water connected by narrow channels and surrounded by black spruce and tamarack. Silver Lake itself lies at the midpoint. Most visitors never reach it unless they're camping deep off the grid. The call came through dispatch at 10:47 p.m. Two separate 911 calls, both routed through Coochin County. The first was from a woman, mid-20s by her voice, saying she and her boyfriend were hearing screaming across the water. The second, seconds later, was silence but with the open sound of wind and water before the line went dead. The call logs listed the GPS pings as coming from Silver Lake's south shore, near Campsite 4. I was finishing my nightly rounds when the call reached my radio. Night air had dropped below freezing. The moon was just a smear through haze. I remember the static from dispatch cutting through as I loaded my truck. Two subjects, possible distress, Silver Lake crossing. It was almost an hour's drive by dirt road and then another half-mile hike to reach the lake edge. By 11:35 I had reached the trailhead. My colleague, Ranger Deputy Matt Ellison, met me there with a search pack and thermal gear. He was young, early 30s, quiet but efficient. We radio checked before heading in. The trail was half frozen, crusted over from thaw and refreeze cycles. Our headlamps caught the glitter of ice where the boardwalk dipped into cattails. Silver Lake always smelled faintly of iron and peat. Tonight, the air had that same taste, thick and metallic. We reached Campsite 4 at 12:03 a.m. No one was there. Two hammocks hung loosely between trees, one collapsed onto the ground. The fire pit was cold but surrounded by beer cans and a half-eaten packet of jerky. Beside the coals, two smartphones were propped against a log, both still recording. I could see the faint red light from their cameras. The screen showed the same angle, a fixed shot of the lake's surface, black and perfectly still. Battery's still good, Matt murmured, kneeling beside one. He pressed pause. The timer read 42 minutes of footage. We played the last minute first. It was mostly wind, a few quiet voices, then something that didn't fit. Not quite a scream. More like a strained human noise, distant, muffled through water. It rose in pitch, held too long, and faded out. Matt turned toward me. I shook my head, not ready to speculate. The phones had no signal out here. We bagged them as evidence, took photos of the campsite, and radioed the command post at Crane Lake to note our findings. Standard protocol would have been to return at daylight and start a formal grid search with a team, but something about that recording, its timing, the two identical camera angles, made me uneasy. We decided to stay and canvass the area. We followed the shoreline east, sweeping our lights over the water. Ice sheets cracked softly near the shallows. The forest across the lake stood like a black wall. Every few minutes I caught the standard ranger alert, Park Service. Anyone in distress, respond. But the only answer was the wind moving through reeds. At 12:40, Matt found tracks, 2 sets of fresh boot prints pressed into frost, leading down the slope toward the water's edge. The print stopped abruptly at the shoreline. No drag marks. No break in the ice. Just the last step, toes facing the lake. We checked the opposite bank with binoculars. Nothing. Then we turned back to the campsite to log the coordinates. That's when I noticed something strange. Both our own sets of footprints, the ones we'd made minutes earlier, looked distorted. The frost was reforming over them, as if ice crystals had bloomed fast, erasing their edges. Matt crouched to touch one. "Feels warm," he said quietly. He wasn't wrong. The ground radiated faint heat, enough to melt the outer layer of frost. When I pressed my glove to it, steam fogged my light. Beneath the crust, the soil was damp. I noted it down, though I couldn't explain it. Subsurface heat vents were rare here, and no geothermal activity had ever been recorded this far north. By 1 a.m., we decided to return to the vehicles. The plan was to review the phone footage back at the station, cross-check the metadata, and get a dive team for morning. We'd gone about 50 yards back up the trail when my radio clicked alive with a faint transmission, unlabeled channel, analog frequency. It wasn't dispatch. It wasn't any of our ranger bands. Just a male voice, distant and crackled. "Do you see it?" I stopped walking. "Repeat your call sign." Nothing. Just static. Then, again, softer. "Do you see it?" Matt's headlamp flicked toward me. His radio was silent. "You got someone?" "Unknown frequency," I said. "Probably crossfeed from county band." We stood listening. The forest felt close, pressing in. The voice never returned. Back at the trucks, we uploaded the phone videos onto my laptop. Both files were identical in length and timestamp. I ran them side by side. The camper's laughter at the start suggested a couple, relaxed, talking about the cold. The camera faced the lake the whole time. Around minute 21, the wind picked up, and the girl's voice whispered, "Do you hear that?" Then came the sound, distant crying, faintly human but warped by distance. They turned the phone slightly toward the far shore. For a few seconds, a faint shape, maybe a reflection, moved across the water. It looked like someone wading in waist deep, moving without ripples. The audio captured a single male word, "Hey," followed by scuffling sounds, then the phone dropping sideways. Both recordings ended with the same hiss of wind and a faint rhythmic sound, like breathing through water. We sat in the truck cab watching that loop several times. The timestamp matched 10:43 p.m., roughly when the first 911 call was made. Matt broke the silence first. "You think they went in?" "Maybe," I said. "Or someone came out." He gave me a look, but I didn't elaborate. I didn't mean anything supernatural, just the way he said it made me hear the ambiguity in my own words. We spent the next hour combing the opposite shore by vehicle spotlight. The snow crust there was untouched, no sign of crossing. By 2:15 a.m., the air temperature had dropped further. Fog started creeping off the lake in low sheets, curling over the surface like breath. Visibility sank to 20 feet. Before heading out, I checked the coordinates one last time and logged a temporary perimeter closure. As I wrote the report, I heard something faint over the lake, 3 short sounds, equally spaced. Not screams, not words. More like echoes of a single tone, carried across water and distorted by fog. I looked up. The fog shifted, and for a split second, I thought I saw a small red light moving across the lake's surface. It blinked once, twice, then vanished. Matt didn't see it. I didn't mention it. By 2:45, we were back on the main road, our headlights slicing through mist. I kept thinking about the last seconds of that footage of the silence, the water breathing back at them. Morning couldn't come fast enough. The drive back to the ranger substation took 35 minutes, most of it over logging roads crusted with frost. The fog thickened behind us like a living thing, closing over the taillights until the lake disappeared. I remember glancing at the mirror once and seeing nothing but white. It stayed that way the whole ride. We reached the substation at 3:18 a.m. The place was dead quiet, one fluorescent strip buzzing above the map table. I logged our arrival, uploaded the footage into the incident archive, and filed a provisional missing person report under 2 unidentified subjects, presumed campers, last contact Silver Lake, 10:47 p.m. Matt made coffee strong enough to strip an animal. Neither of us spoke much until the clock hit 4. Then he asked the question hanging between us since the lake. "That voice on the radio," he said. "You sure it was crossfeed?" "Has to be. Could have been a snowmobiler using open band," I said. But even saying it, I knew the range didn't fit. The analog bleed had sounded too clean, too direct. I started reviewing the GPS data embedded in the camper's video files. Both phones had pinged from the same coordinate for the full 42 minutes. At 10:45 p.m., the last recorded signal from either device was a sudden 3-second spike, latitude unchanged, but elevation fluctuating wildly between surface level and -12 feet. I stared at the numbers. -12 meant below the lake. "Glitch," I said aloud, though I wasn't sure to whom. Matt leaned over my shoulder. Could a wave reflection mess with the altimeter? In theory, yeah. But the lake wasn't moving. He sipped his coffee. Maybe they went in right there. The sun was still 3 hours off. I radioed dispatch to request a dive team and to put the county sheriff on standby. We planned to return at dawn. Until then, protocol said stay put. But rules look different when you're sitting under bad light listening to your own recording loops. At 4:27, a new call came through, no caller ID, just a broken line of static that cut through my laptop speaker instead of the radio. For a heartbeat, I thought it was feedback from the upload, but then the voice came again. Male. Flat tone. Lake clear, it said. No surface. 2 below. The words froze both of us. The line cut immediately after. Matt's hand hovered near the receiver. Was that dispatch? I shook my head. Wrong channel. We both stared at the radio panel. Every frequency light was dark. No signal in or out. I unplugged the modem, checked the line, reconnected, nothing. For a few minutes, we sat listening to the hum of the building. Then, somewhere outside, a vehicle engine turned over once and died. Matt went to the window. You expecting anyone? No. He flicked off the main light so we could see through the glass. Our truck sat right where we'd left them under the security flood. The engine noise hadn't come from either. It had sounded older, slower, like an outboard motor choking on water. We waited another minute. Silence. I stepped outside to check. The air hit like knives. My breath came out white and heavy. The fog had reached down the valley, settling along the tree line behind the station. I walked a slow circle, flashlight cutting through the mist, but nothing moved. When I came back in, Matt was replaying the last 10 seconds of the camper's recording again and again. The audio hissed with that same rhythmic sound, inhale, exhale, only now, on the laptop's external speakers, it seemed louder, closer. He paused it. Tell me that doesn't sound like breathing. I didn't answer. Instead, I muted the sound and focused on the waveform. The pattern wasn't random, it came in regular 6-second intervals. I magnified the timeline. Each breath spiked at identical frequencies. Whatever it wasn't human lungs. It was mechanical. At 5:10, headlights flashed through the window, sheriff's deputy arriving early. It was Tom Larson, who'd been with the county 20 years. He walked in half awake, shaking off the cold. You boys find anything? I briefed him fast, keeping to the facts. 2 campers, audio of possible distress, missing since last night. He glanced at the playback screen and frowned. Could be loons, he said. They scream like people sometimes. These didn't, Matt said. They were under the water. Larson gave him a look that said he'd heard too many versions of that line before. All right. We'll head back up. Sun'll be up in 40. You got coordinates? By 5:45, the 3 of us were back on the trail. Fog hung thick enough to beat on our jackets. The forest felt soundproofed, no bird noise, no wind through branches. Just our boots crunching on ice. When we reached Silver Lake again, the temperature had dropped to 24. The fog lay flat over the surface, unmoving, like an opaque lid. Larson set up his floodlight tripod while Matt and I marked the boot prints again. They hadn't changed. No new depressions, no animal tracks. Then Larson called out from the shoreline. You boys seeing this? We joined him. He was pointing at the center of the lake where the fog thinned for a moment. Something metallic floated there, small, rectangular, catching light. We moved closer until I could see what it was. One of the campers' phones. It drifted upright, screen face down in the water. Somehow, the flashlight reflection showed it was still on, screen glowing faint blue through the film of ice. I took a step forward, instinct more than reason, but Larson grabbed my shoulder. Hold up, he said. Let it come in. The current or whatever passed for one carried the phone toward shore in slow increments. When it finally touched the frost edge, the light blinked twice and went dark. Matt reached down with his gloved hand and lifted it out. The device was cold but dry, as if the water hadn't soaked in. The case still sealed. He handed it to me. I pressed the power button. The screen came alive instantly, no delay, battery at 82%. That shouldn't have been possible after 12 hours in freezing water. The gallery showed one new video file, timestamp 3:19 a.m., the exact minute we arrived back at the substation. We exchanged looks. Play it, Larson said. Then the image froze mid-motion, and the rest of the file went black. No metadata corruption. No splice. Just cut to black. I felt my stomach turn cold. That's not possible, I said. That angle's from this shore. Larson stared at the screen, then at me. You saying someone filmed you before you got here? I don't know, I said, though the words felt wrong leaving my mouth. The fog began thickening again, curling in from the center. Behind us, the woods cracked once, dry branch snapping under weight. All 3 of us turned. Nothing there. Larson motioned toward the path. We pack it in. Wait for daylight. I didn't argue. We started back toward the trucks. Halfway up the trail, my radio chirped alive again. Same unregistered frequency as before. This time, the voice was mine. Do you see it? For a long second, none of us spoke. The radio crackled once, then went silent again. I stared at the handset, thumb hovering over the transmit key. Matt's face was pale in the half-light from the fog. You heard that too, he said quietly. I nodded. Could be feedback from the recorder file, I managed. But it hadn't been. The line had carried distance, grain and wind, the kind that comes from a live transmission. Larson took the radio from my hand, adjusted the dial, cycled through channels. Every frequency was dead except our main dispatch. He tried transmitting Unit 22 to base, confirm radio check. Static answered. No dispatcher, no acknowledgement. Could be the fog messing with reception, he said, though he didn't sound sure. Let's just get back to the trucks. The trail was narrower on the return, the fog turning the beam of my light into a solid wall. Every breath came out white and slow. Behind me, I heard the crunch of boots and the occasional metallic rattle of Larson's floodlights stand clanking against his pack. When we reached the vehicles, the eastern sky showed only a dull gray smear, no real dawn yet. Frost had thickened on the windshields. Matt went to start his truck. The engine turned once, then quit. He tried again, same sputter, no ignition. Mine was the same. Both batteries fine, both tanks full, yet nothing would catch. Larson's cruiser was the only one that turned over, and even then it ran rough, lights flickering dim. He rolled down the window. You boys want a ride to Crane Post? We can call the dive team from there. I hesitated. Something in me didn't want to leave the lake unmonitored, not after what we'd just seen. But protocol said regroup, report, and return with support. Yeah, I said finally. We climbed into the cruiser, Matt in back, me up front beside Larson. As he shifted into gear, the fog thickened again, pressing against the glass like a solid wall. The headlights reflected white nothing. He drove slow, 5 miles an hour, tires crunching over gravel. About 2 minutes in, Matt spoke from the back seat. Hey, Trent, he said. Your radio's still on. I looked down. The unit was clipped to my chest harness, light blinking faint green. I hadn't touched it since the transmission. Must have stayed active, I said. Then the speaker clicked. A burst of static, followed by the same male voice, my voice, but this time it was louder, clearer, right up against the mic. Stop the car. Larson hit the brakes before I could say anything. We all listened. The radio crackled again. Get out, it said. Same voice. Same inflection. Turn it off, Larson snapped. I did. The light went dead, and with it the only sound. For a few beats, none of us moved. The fog outside pressed closer, the windows fogging from our breath. Then, without warning, the engine died. Headlights cut out. Everything went black. Larson swore under his breath, turned the key, nothing. He reached for the radio mic on the dash, but before he could key it, a low thud sounded against the rear of the vehicle. We froze. Another thud followed, heavier, closer to the bumper. Matt leaned forward between the seats. Something hit us. I turned in my seat, trying to see through the rear window, but the condensation made it a mirror. My own pale reflection looked back, distorted. Larson flicked the spotlight toggle. The beam cut through fog just enough to show the back road behind us. Empty. Not even our tire tracks were visible. Then, faintly, a rhythmic tapping began on the roof. Not fast, slow, deliberate. For taps, pause, for again. Larson reached for his sidearm but didn't draw it. You think that's? Before he finished, the tapping stopped. Silence pressed in. Then came a sound like movement around the front of the car, soft steps in gravel. I tried the door handle, found it stiff from the cold. Stay put, Larson said, voice low. We waited. The footsteps circled once, then stopped just beyond the hood. Fog swirled in the headlights' dying glow, forming vague motion without shape. Larson leaned forward, peering through the windshield. There's someone out there, he said. The fog shifted again, and there was a flash of light, brief as a camera flash, from just beyond the bumper. Nat flinched. That was the phone, he said. That same light. Larson shoved the door open and stepped out, flashlight up, pistol drawn. The beam cut only a few feet before dissolving in haze. I followed, though every instinct said stay inside. The fog muffled everything. Even the sound of my boots on gravel came back wrong, flat, like it wasn't echoing off anything. I moved to the front of the cruiser, light shaking slightly in my hand. Nothing there. No person, no tracks, just our breath steaming in the air. Then I heard Matt shout from the back. Trent, look at this. He was pointing at the ground beside the rear wheel. Embedded in the frost was a single wet handprint, fingers spread wide, small enough to be female. The outline shimmered faintly in our lights, as if still evaporating. I crouched down. The print wasn't pressed into snow, but burned through it, melted clean to soil. Larson muttered, "Hell's going on out here?" I had no answer. I just stood up slowly and scanned the trees. The fog was pulling back slightly now, thinning at the edges. Beyond it, dawn light began to creep through, gray and dull. We piled back into the cruiser. The engine started this time on the first turn. None of us spoke for the rest of the drive to Crane Post. We arrived at 6:41 a.m., first light. The dispatcher met us in the lot, surprised we'd returned so soon. Dive team's already en route, she said. ETA 10 minutes. You'll want to see this, though. She handed me her tablet. On it was the regional camera feed for the Silver Lake trailhead. Each ranger vehicle carries an automatic dash cam that uploads once within range of the tower. The footage had come through about 15 minutes earlier, around the time our cruiser engine had died. The video showed our vehicle parked on the logging road, lights flickering, exactly as we'd been. Then, just as the headlights cut out, a second vehicle appeared from the opposite direction, same model, same markings, same license number. It stopped nose to nose with ours. Then the feed went black. System flagged it as a duplicate frame error, the dispatcher said. You ever seen that before? I shook my head slowly. Larson looked at me. 2 cruisers. Same plates. Same timestamp. I couldn't explain it. I wanted to believe it was a glitch, a duplicate packet from the upload. But as we stood there watching the looping playback, a quiet settled over the room, the kind that comes when no one wants to say what they're really thinking. Matt broke the silence. The phone recorded something at 3:19, the same minute we were in the substation. Now this. We spent the next 2 hours assisting the dive team. The divers set up at Silver Lake by 8:30. I stayed near the shore with the command team, radioing coordinates. At 9:14, one of the divers surfaced, motioning toward the shallows. "Found something," he called. They dragged up a single blue tarp wrapped tied with nylon cord. Inside was an empty sleeping bag, no human remains, but the interior was wet and faintly warm. The dive leader said, "Water temperature's 38. No way that's retaining heat." I logged the time and condition but didn't respond. My hands were shaking slightly, though from cold or fatigue I couldn't tell. Then one of the techs checking sonar walked over, pale-faced. "You'll want to see this," he said. On his screen, beneath the lake's surface, were two faint shapes. Human-sized. Standing upright. Not moving. Could be fallen logs, the tech said quickly. Old debris. Except the shapes weren't lying flat. They were vertical, side by side, facing the same direction. Facing the shore. The diver stayed surface longer than he should have, treading water beside the sonar buoy, his mask lifted just enough for his voice to carry. "You want me to check it out?" I hesitated. Every instinct said yes, protocol demanded confirmation, but the shapes hadn't moved for the last 4 minutes on the live feed. The longer they stayed motionless, the less sense it made. "Hold position," I said finally. "We'll log the coordinates first." He nodded, though I could tell he didn't like it. Another diver slid into the water beside him, and both disappeared beneath the film of ice fog. Larson stood next to me with a thermos, watching the monitors. "You think those are bodies?" "Could be," I said. "Could be debris. Could be shadow distortion. Except shadows don't line up like that." He was right. The sonar outlines were clean, symmetrical, same height, same build. Both upright, 15 feet below surface level. At 9:27 the feed stuttered, fuzzing into static for 2 seconds before snapping back. One of the shapes was gone. The dive team's radio flared. "Control, we've lost visibility down here, silt disturbance." "Stand by." I keyed the mic copy. "Maintain contact." No response. Just static. "Try again," Larson said. "Dive team, confirm channel 3 status." Nothing. Matt crouched near the sonar operator. "They're still reading one target," he said. "One's gone. The other's closer." The operator zoomed the feed. The remaining shape had shifted, angled slightly toward the buoy line. I checked the GPS overlay, new coordinate 5 feet closer to shore. Larson said quietly, "That's movement." "Could be current," I said, though the lake had no measurable current this time of year. We stood there in that cold silence, everyone watching the screen like it might blink out something sane. Then the radio came alive again, loud, sudden, the diver's voice cutting through static. "Control, we're coming up, don't." A burst of white noise swallowed the rest. The sonar feed flashed red. Both shapes gone. "Get them out," I said, stepping to the edge. 2 minutes later, both divers surfaced, thrashing through thin ice shards. They hauled themselves onto the dock, masks fogged, eyes wide. "Something moved down there," one gasped. Felt it right under me. Like pressure change, like the whole bottom flexed. Flexed? I asked. He nodded, shaking, like a rubber sheet. Then it dropped away. We helped them out, stripped their gear, log vitals. Both were uninjured but pale, cold to the lips. Their depth gauges showed a sudden 3-foot drop at 9:29, simultaneous, before the ascent. I noted everything, kept my voice steady, but the part of me trained to spot patterns was screaming. The timestamps, the vanished sonar reading, the voice on the radio hours before, it all traced one line back to the same coordinates. By noon, the county search crew arrived. They brought side-scan sonar and drones. The fog had burned off by then, leaving the lake exposed, flat as glass. The sheriff ordered a full sweep. I stayed on shore, coordinating. The drone operator ran the first pass, nothing unusual. The second pass, from higher altitude, picked up a thermal anomaly on the south end. Temperature spike, he said. Surface reading 10 degrees warmer than baseline. I took the binoculars. The area was about 20 yards from the camper's last location. No visible change in water color, no gas venting, just a ripple that didn't belong. We set a marker buoy. A second dive was scheduled for early afternoon. While the team prepped, I sat in my truck reviewing the phone footage again, frame by frame. Around the 39-minute mark, there was a reflection in the lake's surface, a faint figure shape. For a split second, it looked like someone standing behind the camera, not in front of it. I paused and zoomed in. The silhouette was almost featureless, but one detail stood out, the patch on the arm. Ranger insignia. I closed the laptop. My pulse was pounding, irrationally hard. At 1:10 p.m., the second dive team went in. The rest of us stayed radio silent. Minutes passed. Then, through the headset, one of the divers said, "You're not gonna believe this. There's structure down here. Like a wall. Concrete or rock, can't tell. Feels carved." Larson and I looked at each other. "There's no structure on the map," he said. I keyed the mic, confirmed. "You're reading artificial material?" Affirmative. Straight face wall, maybe 12 feet high. Doesn't look natural. They moved along it for several minutes, narrating. Then the signal broke again. When it came back, one voice muffled, urgent, "Surface. Now!" They broke through a minute later. Both climbed onto the platform, masks off, panting. "There's something down there," one said, tearing at his regulator. "Hole in the wall, like a tunnel. Current moving out of it, not in. Cold air. Not water, air." The other diver nodded, trembling slightly. "You could hear it," he said. Like breathing through a vent." We sealed off the area. The sheriff called for DNR hydrology to assess possible collapse risk. They'd send a submersible the next day. By late afternoon, operations wrapped for the day. Everyone was exhausted, faces raw from wind. As they packed up, I walked the shoreline one last time, trying to put the place back into something logical. The surface was calm again, mirror still. Then I noticed the buoy, one of ours, had drifted 10 feet closer to shore. It shouldn't have. Wind direction was wrong. I called over to Matt. "You moved that buoy?" He shook his head. I watched it for a moment longer. It tilted once, bobbed twice, then settled. That night, after the cruise cleared out, I filed my report from the ranger station. Everything by the book, times, coordinates, witness statements. I left out one detail, that while writing, my computer pinged with a new device connection. It was the same phone we'd recovered that morning. I hadn't plugged it in. It wasn't even in the room. But the drive registered active for 13 seconds, then vanished. Its name in the log, Silverlake_3:19. At 9:45 p.m., as I was closing down the office, the phone rang. Landline, internal only. I picked up out of habit. Ranger Station, I said. Static. Then a familiar voice, faint but clear enough to recognize. Mine. Lake clear, it said. 2 below. The line went dead. I stared at the receiver for a long time, waiting for it to ring again. It didn't. Later, when I stepped outside, the sky had gone pale with new frost. The lake wasn't visible from here, but I could smell it wet, metallic, the same as that night. Matt had gone home. The trucks were still dead, both batteries drained. I started walking the access road, just to move, to breathe air that wasn't recycled through fluorescent hum. My flashlight beam skimmed the trees. About halfway down, something caught the light, a glint low to the ground. I walked closer. It was another phone, half buried in frost. Same case. Same model. Screen cracked but faintly glowing. It blinked on when I picked it up. On file. New timestamp. 9:47 p.m. I played it. The camera faced a dark shoreline, faint ripples moving toward the lens. Wind carried across the mic, same metallic edge. After 5 seconds, a figure came into view. Standing knee-deep in the water. Face obscured by fog. The voice on the recording said softly, "Do you see it?" Then the video cut. No distortion. No glitch. Just black. I looked up from the screen toward the direction of the lake. The fog was back, rising again between the trees, low and steady, like breath. I turned off the light and kept watching until the glow disappeared completely. The official report lists the 2 campers as missing, presumed drowned. Their names are still on file. Search efforts continue each spring when thaw permits. No remains have ever been found. Every now and then, when night radio gets quiet, I still catch interference on an unlisted band. Always the same frequency. Always the same voice. Mine. My name is Valerie Knox. I'm a field biologist by training, but after 10 years of environmental survey work, I took a permanent post as a park ranger in British Columbia. I thought the switch would be quieter, easier on the nerves after years of helicopter drops and long isolation in alpine weather. I was wrong. Cradle Ridge sits above Kootenai Lake, a gray spine of granite that looks unremarkable on a map. It's steep, yes, but not treacherous, at least not on paper. What's strange about it isn't the terrain or wildlife, it's the silence. The ridge doesn't hold sound. Wind drops out halfway up. Radios go to static. Even the dogs refuse to bark once you reach the first switchback. I didn't believe it when I first transferred here. Every park has its campfire myths, its ghost stories traded between rookies. The ridge eats noise, they'd say at night, laughing. But you can't laugh when you're up there. It's like stepping into vacuum. You can see your partner's mouth move, their boots hit gravel, their pack straps creak, and none of it reaches your ears. Just the scrape of your own breath inside your skull. On the morning it happened, the forecast called for mild weather, early spring, thin ice still clinging to the north faces. We'd received a call about a missing hiker, male, mid-30s, who'd gone off trail the day before. He'd signed the registry at the lower cabin around 0900 and never returned. The family said he'd been experienced, no history of erratic behavior. We didn't expect trouble. By 0700 I met my partner, Caleb Dunn, at the ranger station. He was already kit out, gaiters, pack radio, GPS. He had a search dog with him, a golden retriever named Piper, gentle but sharp-nosed. She'd worked avalanche rescues for 3 seasons. I remember how she wagged her tail near the truck, wanting to go, but when we parked at the base of Cravel Ridge, she froze. Caleb crouched, snapped his fingers. "Up, girl." She didn't move. Just stared toward the tree line, head low, tail tucked. I stepped out first. The air was cold, damp from melting snow. Not a bird anywhere. Usually in early spring, you hear the gulls from the lake or at least a few jays bickering. That morning, nothing. The wind came and went like someone flipping a switch. Caleb sighed. "She'll warm up." Just spooked. We began up the trail, the ridge still veiled in thin fog. About halfway, the silence arrived, sudden and clean. Piper stopped barking again. Actually, she stopped making any sound at all. Her mouth opened, tongue out, but there was no noise. I tapped my radio. "Base, this is Knox. We're at marker 6, entering upper section." Static hissed, then a click. No voice. Caleb tried his. Same thing. He mouthed something to me, dead air. The rest of the climb was slow. The terrain narrowed into a chute with loose shale and frost beneath the roots. Every step sounded wrong in that quiet, like walking through glass dust. My pulse felt louder than anything else. At marker 8, we found the first sign. A torn piece of orange webbing snagged on a branch about 7 feet up. Higher than a fall would throw it. We took coordinates, bagged it. A few meters ahead, Piper began to pull ears forward, nose down, tail stiff. We followed her into a clearing where the fog pressed low against the trees. There was a glove lying on the moss. Black leather, right-handed. It looked soaked, but not with rain. When I bent to pick it up, it was warm. Caleb frowned. Could be body heat if he just dropped it. But the family said he went missing yesterday morning. Maybe he doubled back. We both knew it didn't make sense. We'd seen no new footprints on the trail, no disturbance. The ground up here held impressions for days, yet the dirt looked freshly brushed. Piper started whining again, soundless, then bolted north toward a rock outcrop. Caleb ran after her. I followed, pack straps biting into my shoulders. The dog stopped near a fissure in the ridge wall, a narrow cleft barely wide enough to squeeze through. Inside, the air turned colder, wetter. The walls were slick with condensation, streaked dark like soot. Caleb shone his flashlight along the rock. Something had been dragged through parallel marks, long and deep, like boot heels but wider, heavier. He looked back at me. Animal? No animal drags uphill. He didn't answer. We followed the tunnel another 10 meters until it widened into an alcove. There, Piper stopped dead again, tail trembling. The beam of the flashlight caught fabric olive green nylon twisted around a branch of stone. A piece of backpack strap, cut clean. And at the back of the alcove, half buried in gravel, lay a small handheld GPS unit. When I brushed the dirt off, it blinked once battery still could, but every coordinate read 0.0000. Caleb muttered, That's impossible. The air in that space felt heavier than the altitude should allow. I could feel pressure in my eardrums, the kind you get underwater. I said, "Let's mark it and head back for the dogs." He nodded, but he didn't move right away. He kept staring into the back of the alcove as if something past the beam had caught his eye. I called his name once, and though his head turned toward me, he didn't answer. His lips moved, but there was nothing, no sound, no echo, just that blank vacuum pressing around us. When we exited the fissure, daylight felt wrong. Dimmer, somehow. Piper began pacing, tail between her legs, winding into nothing. The wind started again, carrying snow dust off the ridge. I radioed base a second time. Static. Then, just for a second, a voice, distant and fractured, turned ridge, stop. I froze. Say again? But the line went silent. We pushed on a few hundred meters to the summit spur, where the map marked a dead end. Beyond it, a drop of about 300 feet to the lower basin. Caleb pointed to something at the edge, boot prints, 2 sets, one smaller, one large. They trailed off toward the cliff. No sign of a slide, no disturbed snow, no impact zone below. Just stopped. I crouched and touched the prints. The edges were wet, fresh, like they'd been made minutes before. "He's here," I said, though my stomach twisted around the words. Caleb walked a few steps closer to the edge. Piper barked, or tried to. Her jaw moved, throat flexed, but the silence swallowed it whole. That was when I saw it. Her shadow wasn't matching her body. The shape on the ground was slower, half a beat behind, like a bad projection. It stretched across the rock and then, snapped, disappeared. I reached for her collar, but she jerked away, whining, eyes fixed on the tree line below us. Then she bolted straight down the slope, faster than either of us could follow. Caleb swore, grabbed the radio, tried again. Nothing. We chased her halfway down before the silence broke all at once, like the world exhaled. Wind slammed through the trees, bringing back the normal sounds, branches creaking, our boots crunching, the distant rush of meltwater. I hadn't realized how much I missed noise until it came back. We found Piper an hour later, standing at the base of the ridge, facing uphill. Her paws were muddy, fur damp, but she was unharmed. She didn't move when we called her. When I touched her leash, she flinched and looked at me like she didn't recognize who I was. Caleb crouched beside her. "We're done for today," he said quietly. "We log it, come back with backup." But as we packed our gear, I looked up at the ridge. The fog had cleared, sunlight slanting off the granite. For a brief moment, I thought I saw someone standing where we'd been near the fissure. Just a figure, still as a stone pillar. Then it stepped backward, into shadow, and vanished. I didn't tell Caleb. Not yet. Because even if I had, the sound wouldn't have carried that far up Cravel Ridge. We reached the truck a little past noon, but the sky already looked bruised. Thin bands of cloud pressed low over the ridge, the kind that never decide whether they're fog or rain. Piper refused to jump into the truck bed. She'd never done that before, so Caleb lifted her in. She went limp, like a stuffed thing, eyes still fixed toward the slope. Neither of us said much on the drive back to base. The radio came alive again as soon as we hit the valley road, but the chatter sounded different, like the channels were overlapping. I could make out dispatch calling our location, but there was a delay, half a second, then a faint echo, as if we were talking inside a canyon that wasn't there. At the ranger station, our supervisor, Captain Leduc, was waiting on the steps. He had that look older Rangers get when they've seen too many false alarms, arms folded, expression unreadable. "Find anything?" he asked. "Not him," Caleb said. "Just his glove, some torn strap, and a GPS with all 0 coordinates." Leduc frowned. "All 0? I nodded. Battery was still running. He rubbed his jaw, thinking. "That Rich plays tricks. Keep your notes tight. You'll go back tomorrow with the team." Normally, that would be a standard SAR rotation, but I couldn't let it sit. The glove still being warm, the fresh footprints, the voice on the radio, none of that matched weather or terrain interference. I told him about the fissure, the dragging marks, and the way sound vanished. He just said, "Cradle's been that way long before you or me. The air up there shifts wrong. Don't get clever trying to explain it." The dismissal stung, but I didn't argue. The truth is, I didn't want to argue. Some part of me agreed, some places just don't belong to us. By mid-afternoon, Caleb was filing his report while I checked Piper in with the vet technician we contract for field dogs. She scanned her, ran hands through her fur. "No injuries, no frostbite," she said. "Vitals are fine. But look at this." She turned the dog's hair slightly. The inner skin was mottled, almost bruised, with small burst capillaries like pressure trauma. "Looks like she dove too deep underwater," the tech said. "Or got hit by a pressure wave." I didn't know what to say. We'd been 2,000 meters above sea level. That night, I stayed behind in the small office we share at base to finish paperwork. Caleb left early, muttering something about a headache. The ridge map spread out across the table looked different in the lamplight, its switchbacks coiled like ribs around a hollow center. Every contour line seemed to pull slightly, though I knew it was just my eyes after too many hours staring at screens. At 1940, my desk radio crackled. Just static at first. Then a voice, faint but clear, "Knox Ridge Marker 8. I froze. It was Caleb's voice. But his truck had left 2 hours earlier, and the transmission was coming through the emergency frequency, which only activates during live distress calls. "Caleb?" "Say again," I said. "Marker 8. Found. Sign of him. Pring." The signal cut off. I waited. No repeat, no location ping. I called Leduc immediately. He sounded irritated, half asleep. "You sure it was done?" "Positive. Could be playback. Happens sometimes when storms roll in. Radio ghosts." "Sir," it was his voice. He said Marker 8. Silence on his end, then a sigh. "Fine. We'll log it. But don't go out till daylight." I agreed, though even as I hung up, I was already pulling on my field jacket. It wasn't about breaking protocol, it was instinct. Something in that transmission didn't sound like interference. There was urgency in his tone, controlled, clipped, the way we speak when things go sideways but you're trying not to panic. I grabbed a backup radio, a flare, and one of the thermal drones. I left Piper behind. She was asleep but twitching like she was dreaming of running. The trailhead was only 20 minutes from base. The air had gone colder than it should have for spring, frost gathering along the fence posts. The ridge loomed black against the lighter clouds, a serrated horizon. I parked, cut the headlights, and started up on foot. The first mile was normal, crickets, trickle of runoff streams, my own breath steady. At Marker 6, the silence returned, snapping into place so fast my ears popped. My radio light stayed green, but no sound came through. When I reached marker 8, I switched on the drone. Its camera feed glowed pale on my tablet, showing the slope above bare rock, scattered firs, no movement. Then a flicker, half a frame, a figure crouched near the fissure. I froze. The angle was bad, the signal grainy, but it looked like Caleb. Same jacket, same pack. He turned his head toward the camera for an instant before the feed distorted. When the image cleared, he was gone. I climbed faster, heart hammering. Every step scuffed gravel that made no noise. My breathing became the only sound I could trust. The fissure entrance appeared exactly as before, dark slit in the rock, mist curling out. I called his name. Nothing. Inside, the air smelled metallic, sharp. My flashlight beam trembled over the walls. The same drag marks were there, but deeper now, as if something heavier had passed through again. Halfway in, my boot caught on something soft. I looked down. A radio of Caleb's model, its cord severed, screen cracked. The last recorded transmission blinked in looping text, marker 8. Found him. My stomach nodded. I raised the light, and that's when I saw the other boot prints. Not ours. Bare feet, small, narrow, pressed deep into the mud like something had walked out instead of in. For a long moment, I stood there, frozen. The air pressure dropped, ears ringing. Behind me, the entrance to the fissure shimmered like heat above asphalt. The flashlight flickered. I took one step back, then another. The beam caught on movement, a shadow against the far wall. It wasn't mine. It rose higher, stretched longer, detached from the surface as if standing upright. I turned and ran. Outside, the sky had gone darker than night should be at that hour. No stars, no moon, just a dull glow coming from the ridge crest. The silence followed me down until I reached the tree line, where sound slammed back into place, wind, leaves, my heartbeat roaring. I stumbled to the truck, slammed the door, and checked the clock. It read 3:14. I'd left the station at 2000 hours. The ridge trail is less than 2 hours up and down, even at night. Somewhere, 5 hours had disappeared. The dispatch radio clicked on as I started the engine. Unit 12, respond, possible beacon ping near marker 8. Origin, done, C. I gripped the wheel until my hands went numb. This is Knox, I said. I just came from there. No sign of him. Copy, dispatch said. Ping was active 2 minutes ago. Through the windshield, the ridge loomed again, that faint glow still lingering on the upper spine. I should have turned the truck toward base. I should have logged it, waited for morning. But something about hearing his name, hearing proof that the beacon had activated, pulled me back in. I reached for the wheel again, headlights carving the gravel road. Piper howled from the kennel behind me, a low, guttural sound, alive this time. And through the open window, faint but unmistakable, came the sound of someone calling my name. It came from halfway up the ridge. And it sounded like me. The echo of my own voice faded into the wind, but I could still feel it vibrate through the steering wheel, as if it had come from inside the truck rather than outside. Piper went still. Her ears flattened, and she made a sound I'd never heard before, not a growl, not a whine, something caught between. I told myself I'd imagined it, that the mountain was playing tricks again, like it had before with the silence. But the rational part of me, what was left of it, knew I hadn't imagined how the ridge would sound, how the missing hours hadn't come back, how Caleb's beacon had flared again after he'd gone dark. I turned the engine off. The night pressed close, thick and metallic. Even from the base of the slope, I could see a pale shimmer crawling along the ridgeline, like frost-catching light that wasn't there. I opened the door, grabbed the radio, and whispered into it even though I didn't know why I bothered. "This is Knox. I'm returning to the ridge to verify beacon signal." "Over." Nothing came back. Piper pawed at the kennel gate, teeth flashing. She wanted out, but I couldn't take her again. Not after how she'd looked before, like something inside her had stayed behind on the mountain. I left her in the truck, cracked the window, and started up on foot. The first 100 meters of trail were easy. I could still hear the creek below, and the sound of it kept me steady. Then, at the turn past marker 5, it stopped again. Every time I breathed out, the air came out silent. The silence was cleaner this time, absolute, polished down to nothing. At marker 6, I saw my own footprints from earlier, the same tread pattern, same spacing. But beside them ran another set, bare feet again, small and narrow, walking the same path. And this time, they were on top of mine. My flashlight beam trembled. The prints went all the way to marker 8 and ended where the fissure opened. I wanted to believe they were animal, but the toes were too human, too deliberate. The glow from the ridge crest pulsed faintly above, like distant lightning trapped behind the rock. I could smell ozone, sharp and cold. Inside the fissure, it was warmer than before, damp air pressing against my face. I raised the light, no drag marks now. The ground had been smoothed over, as if wiped clean. Halfway in, I found Caleb's pack. It was unzipped, half the contents dumped out: first aid kit, spare gloves, a flare. The map inside was torn down the center. And then I heard something that shouldn't have been possible. Footsteps. Behind me. Slow. Careful. Gravel moving without echo. I turned the light, heart thudding. The beam hit stone, dust motes, nothing else. I waited, every nerve strung tight. The steps stopped too, right when I stopped breathing. I said his name, Caleb, but it came out wrong, muffled, like the air swallowed the sound halfway out of my mouth. I tried again, louder. Still nothing. Then, from deeper in the fissure, a second light flickered. Faint orange, like a dying headlamp. I started toward it. The walls narrowed until I had to turn sideways, pack scraping rock. The tunnel bent right, then opened into the alcove again. Only this time, it wasn't empty. There was a body kneeling against the far wall, head bowed, arms at its sides. The orange glow came from a flare lying between its knees. Caleb. No response. I stepped closer. The flare burned low, hissing softly, soundless but visible. I reached out, hand shaking, and touched his shoulder. The fabric was stiff, like ice had formed inside it. When I turned him, his face was gray, eyes open, pupils wide. But the mouth was moving. Not open or closed, just shaping words without breath, without sound. Over and over, the same pattern. I leaned closer, trying to read the motion of his lips. It looked like he was saying my name. The flare sputtered. My light flickered with it, and for an instant, I saw movement behind him, something pulling back, melting into the rock. The temperature dropped so fast my breath crystallized in front of me. I grabbed the flare, stumbled backward, and ran. The passage twisted, the wall seeming closer than before. The beam from my flashlight stuttered, dimmed, died. I was left with only the faint red glow of the flare, painting the stone in rust colors. At the entrance, I stopped. The night outside had gone entirely white, fog thick as fabric, glowing from within. My watch said 4:07. I'd been inside less than 15 minutes. The fog wasn't normal mist. It moved like it had intention, curling around the trees, pooling at the base of the ridge. When I stepped into it, every sound vanished again, except for one, a faint, rhythmic pulse. Not a heartbeat. Not exactly. More like something deep in the stone was breathing. I followed it down the trail, the flare barely burning now. The sound seemed to come from below the ridge itself, pulsing slow and steady, as if the mountain had lungs. I reached marker 4 before I realized the trail had changed. The markers were the same, but the trees were wrong, too dense, too tall, branches twisted at angles that didn't belong to any local species. The ground was damp, and I could smell salt, like the sea was near, though the nearest coast was hours away. Ahead, a figure moved across the path. I raised the flare. It was me, or something wearing my shape. The same jacket, same pack, even the same patch torn near the shoulder seam. It turned its head, but the motion was too slow, the neck bending slightly the wrong way. Its mouth opened, and I knew before the silence swallowed it what it was about to say. It called my name again. I dropped the flare. The light hit the ground, sputtered, and went out. The fog swallowed everything. I ran blind. Branches tore in my jacket, roots caught my boots. The trail sloped downward, then flattened. I could see the faint reflection of my truck lights through the mist and aimed for them. When I reached the door, I yanked it open and fell inside, gasping. Piper barked, real sound this time, and that alone almost made me cry. I turned the key, slammed the transmission into reverse. The headlights cut through the fog for only a few meters, but that was enough to see them. Footprints. Bare, wet, leading from the ridge straight to the truck. And at the end of them, pressed into the mud right beside my tire, was one single paw print, Piper's. I drove until I saw dawn bleeding over the lake, the ridge receding in the rearview mirror like a dark wave. When the sun finally broke, the fog burned away in seconds, leaving the slope clean and empty. I called base again, voice shaking. This is Knox. I have visual on daylight. I'm safe. Caleb is... I stopped. Because as I said his name, my radio hissed once and answered in his voice. Marker 8. Found him. The line cut. I didn't go back to the station. I drove straight to the nearest town, handed in my badge, and sat in my car for 2 hours before I could even move again. That was 3 days ago. I haven't slept more than an hour since. The sound of the pulse under the ridge, I still hear it when everything else goes quiet. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see the shape of myself standing just behind my own reflection, mouthing my name with no sound at all. Tomorrow they'll send a new team up there. I keep trying to tell myself I should warn them, but I don't know what to say. Don't follow your own voice. Don't listen when the mountain breathes. None of it sounds sane. But there's one thing I'm sure of now. Cradle Ridge doesn't keep the missing. It copies them. And it's still waiting to finish mine. I didn't mean to go back. I told myself I wouldn't, that I was done with the uniform, with reports, with pretending that what I saw could fit inside an incident form. But it's strange how quiet turns into gravity. The longer I stayed away, the more it pulled. By the fourth morning, I hadn't slept. The hum under my skull had become constant, low and rhythmic, matching my heartbeat until I couldn't tell which was which. It wasn't tinnitus. It was too deliberate. When I pressed my palms over my ears, it didn't fade, it grew clearer. At 5:32, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I answered. The voice was Caleb's. Not his tone, his exact voice, static-laced and flat, like a recording. Marker 8, it said. Bring the dog. Then the line went dead. I sat there for a long time, staring at the phone screen. It hadn't logged any call. No missed, no received. Just the clock ticking over to 5:33. Piper was already awake, tail low, staring at the window. She hadn't barked in 3 days, not since we came down, but now her chest rumbled with something close to a growl. I told myself I'd just drive as far as the ranger station. Drop off the keys, clear my locker, maybe talk to LeDuc. But the station was empty when I got there, doors unlocked, lights off. Only the hum of the fridge in the break room and a faint smell of ozone in the air. I should have turned around then. I didn't. The trail to Cradle Ridge looked different in daylight, brighter, almost harmless. The same pine canopy, the same snowmelt streams threading downhill. But the silence was waiting. I could feel it before I heard it or stopped hearing. The world went still halfway up, right where it always did. Piper hesitated at marker 6, paws planted. I knelt beside her, clipped the leash tighter. Just one more check, I told her. My voice sounded dull, like it came through cloth. We reached marker 8 at 7:09. The fissure yawned open, the air around it colder, thin with mist. I set down my pack, turned on the handheld scanner. The beacon frequency pinged once, Caleb's code, faint but present. The same message blinked across the screen, found him. I don't remember deciding to go in. One moment I was outside, light on the rock, Piper trembling at my heel. The next, the darkness folded over us. Inside, it wasn't the same place anymore. The tunnel had widened, ceiling arched higher, the rock smooth as if carved. A sound reached me then, not the hum, but something like wind moving through a hollow throat. The light from my headlamp barely touched the walls. Water dripped somewhere, regular as a clock. Piper whimpered once, then went quiet again. At the far end, a glow flickered, white this time, not orange. I thought it was daylight, an exit on the other side. But when I got closer, I saw it wasn't light at all. It was reflection. A shallow pool filled the chamber floor. The surface shone perfectly still, mirror flat, showing the tunnel, the ceiling, and me, except in the reflection, I wasn't alone. Another figure stood just behind me, same jacket, same posture, eyes fixed on the back of my head. I spun around. No one there. When I looked back, the reflection had changed again. It was me, but not exact. The face in the water was pale, lips moving silently, just like Caleb's had. I don't know what made me reach out. Maybe to prove it was just trick of light. My fingers touched the water, cold, slick, thicker than it should have been. It clung to my skin, tugged slightly, like static pulling a strand of hair. Then the reflection blinked. Not me. The eyes weren't mine anymore. They were wider, darker, and watching with awareness. Behind me, something moved. A soft shuffle on stone. Piper barked once, real, sharp, but the sound was instantly smothered, devoured by the silence. She lunged toward the tunnel mouth, leash straining. I turned just long enough to see the shadow step out of the wall. It wasn't solid. Not smoke, not light. Something in between. It looked like a person drawn in vapor, edges quivering, features incomplete. But it had weight. The rock under it groaned. I grabbed the leash, back toward the pool. The shape followed, gliding more than walking. It didn't make noise. Didn't need to. Every vibration in the cave felt tuned to it, like the mountain itself was bending around its presence. It stopped a few meters from me and raised its head. I recognized the motion before I saw the face. It was mine. Mouth open, no sound. Just breathless mimicry. Then it turned slightly toward Piper. The dog went rigid, tail down, whining. I pulled the leash hard. No, I said, but the word vanished in my throat. The reflection in the pool rippled once, twice, then steadied. There were two of me now, one standing, one kneeling beside Caleb's body, which wasn't there. The shadow's mouth stretched wide, wider than human, until it split into a shape that looked like it was smiling. That's when the noise came back, not sound, but vibration, deep enough to shake my teeth. The hum became thunder inside my bones. The pool trembled. The reflection's lips stopped moving. And Piper jumped. She broke free, leapt straight into the pool, vanished with barely a splash. The reflection collapsed with her, swallowing her shape whole. Piper. I screamed, but it didn't come out. My throat moved, no sound. The flare in my pack slipped loose and rolled forward. I grabbed it, struck it against the rock. It sparked, flared, red light filling the chamber. The shadow recoiled. The hum faltered. For the first time since entering, I heard my own breath again. I ran. The tunnel bent and narrowed, the air clawing at my lungs. Behind me, the silence snapped on and off like a dying light bulb. Sound, then none, then sound again. My boots hit gravel that seemed to melt underfoot. When I finally burst out into daylight, the ridge looked wrong. The sun was directly overhead, though it should have been near the horizon. My watch read 1942. 12 hours gone. The truck wasn't where I'd left it. The trail markers were half buried in frost. And at the base of the slope, standing where the path met the tree line, was Piper. She was dry. Her fur clean. Her leash gone. She looked at me for a long moment, head tilted, tail still. Then she turned and walked toward the trees. Piper. I called. This time, sound carried. She didn't look back. I ran after her, stumbling on loose rock, breath tearing through my chest. She moved steadily, unhurried, until she reached the shade. Then she stopped, looked over her shoulder once more, eyes flat, unblinking, and stepped out of sight. When I reached the spot, there were no tracks. No movement. The forest beyond was silent again, but not like before. This was natural quiet, wind through pine, meltwater in the distance. The ridge itself looked asleep, like nothing had ever happened. I waited there until night fell, hoping she'd come back. She didn't. At 2100 hours, I walked down to the lake and radioed base. Someone answered, a man's voice, calm, practiced. Kootenai dispatch. This is Knox, I said. I'm off Cravel Ridge. We've got an incident. There was a pause. Then, name? Valerie Knox. Another pause. Then quietly, Ranger Knox was declared missing 3 days ago. Who is this? The transmission cut before I could reply. Now, writing this from the motel an hour south, I keep replaying that call. I played it back on the radio's recorder just to be sure. The voice on the tape isn't mine. It's distant, echoing, like it came through water. I don't know how long I've been down here. The clock says it's the same night, but my watch keeps jumping forward in hours whenever I blink. Sometimes, when the air conditioner shuts off, I can hear the hum again beneath the floor. I tried to take a photo of my reflection in the bathroom mirror, just to make sure I still looked like me. The image came out blurred, like I'd moved during the shot, but I hadn't. In the reflection, my mouth was open, and I was saying my name. My name is Brian Keller. I am a senior park ranger assigned to Red Canyon District, Arizona. I've been stationed here for 8 years, long enough to know every dry creek, sandstone bluff, and falls trail the desert likes to hide. Red Canyon is not large, but it's deceptive. Its terrain folds over itself in the kind of topography that breaks GPS accuracy and makes compasses spin just slightly off true north. Every few months, we get a report of a lost hiker convinced they've been walking in circles. Usually, it's heat exhaustion, dehydration, or a bad sense of direction. But the case from that October morning still won't leave me alone. The call came through dispatch at 10:17 a.m. A man named Daniel Stroud had phoned in through his satellite communicator. His message was short and clipped, his voice dry and unsteady. I'm on the South Trail. Been walking in a loop. My GPS shows the same track every time. Please advise. At first, I didn't think much of it. We've had hikers panic when their devices glitch before. I told dispatch I'd check it out and started driving toward the South Trailhead, 22 miles of washboard dirt road leading into the middle of nowhere. The air was sharp with dust, the horizon swimming in heat mirage. From the ridge, the canyon spread up below me layers of red, tan, and ochre, rising and folding like the inside of a giant lung. By the time I reached the trailhead, it was a little past noon. Stroud's silver Jeep was still parked under the scrub oak near the kiosk. His permit was filled out correctly, timestamped 7:05 a.m. solo hiker for miles south loop. The irony of that phrasing hit me later. I radioed base to confirm I was starting my patrol, then began following his intended route, a narrow dirt track winding through juniper and slick rock. The sun beat down like a hammer. I carried 2 liters of water, a handheld radio, and my own GPS unit clipped to my pack strap. About 2 miles in, the trail dipped into a shallow basin bordered by low cliffs. This was where the signal usually went bad: radio static, weak GPS. I'd seen tourists lose their bearings here before, the canyon's curve swallowing sound and shadow. But this time, something felt different. The ground bore fresh footprints. They were deliberate, steady, the stride of someone alert and oriented. Stroud's print circled the basin's edge once, then again, and again. I knelt to count them. Each lap followed the same arc, about 40 yards across, looping around a single patch of bare sandstone at the center. No sign he'd sat down or cut across the middle, just the same loop, repeated over and over. I checked my GPS. It read 34 degrees 11 minutes 45.8 seconds north, 111 degree 37 foot 09.2 inch W. When I circled once around the basin myself, it recorded the same line 3 times, overlapping perfectly. I thought the unit was malfunctioning, so I reset it. When it came back online, the screen showed a single red track, one unbroken ring, centered exactly where I stood. I kept walking forward. The moment I reached the starting point again, the GPS blinked, then froze. The track had closed itself into a perfect circle. For a moment, I stood still, staring at the sandstone under my boots. It was smooth and pale, with faint grooves that might have been wind-carved channels or footprints half erased. I looked out toward the horizon, nothing but the shimmer of heat and the soft distortion of distance. My radio crackled weakly, then went silent. "Daniel?" I called out, raising my voice. "This is Ranger Teller, Red Canyon Search and Rescue. If you can hear me, call out or signal." No reply. Only the hollow thrum of wind through the juniper. I tried again, louder. Still nothing. After 15 minutes, I switched my radio to the emergency frequency and called dispatch. Static answered. I turned in a slow circle, holding the antenna high. Every direction looked identical. The trail I followed and seemed to fade the farther I looked back, as if the sunlight itself had swallowed it. I decided to retrace my steps just to confirm I could. I started walking north, uphill toward where I'd entered the basin. The sand shifted beneath me in a light crust, but after 5 minutes, I realized something was wrong. The slope hadn't changed. The cliff line was still on my right. And my own footprints were still ahead of me, curving rightward into the basin again. I stopped, heart thudding. My GPS still showed the same single loop. I tried cutting straight across the center of the basin this time, aiming for the opposite side. The stone was harder here, streaked with mineral veins and white patches like salt bloom. Halfway through, the air felt heavier, almost muffled. No insects, no wind. My own boots seemed too loud, crunching with a hollow echo that didn't match the rhythm of my steps. When I reached the far edge, I looked back. My footprints behind me were gone. Not erased, just gone. The surface was smooth, undisturbed, as though I'd never crossed it. That was the first moment I felt real unease. I tried to focus on procedure, note the anomaly, mark coordinates, maintain orientation. But my compass needle trembled constantly, never settling. I took a photo of the area, checked the timestamp 1:43 p.m., then turned to leave. Except there was no clear out. Every direction curved back toward the same basin. The horizon seemed to fold into itself. When I took 10 steps east, I'd find myself facing the same sandstone rise I just passed. West, same thing. I hiked in one direction for nearly 15 minutes, determined not to panic, watching the terrain carefully for any recognizable feature. When I finally stopped, breathless, I looked down. My boot prints had joined the others. I was back at the loop. I don't remember swearing out loud, but my throat hurt from how hard I swallowed. That was when I heard footsteps, not mine. Light, steady, pacing around the basin's perimeter. "Daniel?" I called again, but the sound stopped immediately. Silence pulled in the canyon, thick and absolute. I scanned the ridges, no movement. But in the glare of the afternoon light, I thought I saw something dark shift near the edge of the stone ring. A shape, upright, human-sized, but its edges shimmered like heat distortion. When I blinked, it was gone. The radio popped once, faintly. A man's voice came through, distant and warped. I'm still here. Can't find way out. It was Stroud's voice. I answered immediately. Daniel, this is Keller. Stay where you are. Can you see me? No response. Just faint static. Daniel, repeat. What's your location? After a long pause, his voice came back. I think I'm right behind you. I turned. Nothing. The air was still. The temperature dropped, not by much, maybe 5 or 6 degrees, but enough that my breath came out in short white traces. I walked toward where I thought the sound had come from, calling his name again. The echo returned to me seconds later, quieter and distorted, as if someone else whispered it back. The GPS blinked again, the track pulsing red. The loop had doubled, 2 perfect rings now, one slightly inside the other. My hands were shaking when I marked the location manually. 1:57 p.m., multiple tracks, potential mirage or visual anomaly. I tried to keep my notes professional, even as my chest tightened. Then the voice returned closer. Brian? It was clear this time. I froze. I can see you, it said, calm, almost relieved. I turned a full circle, scanning the ridgeline, the basin, the juniper scrub. Nothing moved. But the voice didn't echo anymore. It was coming from the same spot as me. I pulled my radio close to my ear. The channel light was dark. No transmission, no signal. And yet, from somewhere behind me, the voice whispered again, "Don't leave the circle." That was when I realized I'd already stepped past the edge of it. The GPS went blank. The screen of my GPS flickered once, then went black. I tapped the side, shook it lightly, nothing. The display refused to come back on. It wasn't the battery. I charged it that morning. I slipped it into my pocket and looked around, trying to steady my breathing. The silence pressed in again, thick enough to feel like weight. I told myself I'd just lost signal. Happens all the time in these canyons. But the part that didn't make sense, the part one couldn't talk myself around, was how the air had changed. It was heavier, colder, and there was this faint vibration underfoot, almost like standing near a live power line. I crouched low and touched the rock. It trembled, not enough to see, but enough to feel through my palm. A steady, slow rhythm, 1-2, 1-2. Like a pulse. I stood quickly and backed toward the basin's edge, trying to find any marker of the trail I'd come in on. All I saw were low brush and red sandstone bluffs that should have led north toward the Jeep. But they looked drawn somehow, closer, or tilted, like I was staring at them through warped glass. Then, from behind me, came the crunch of boots on gravel. Daniel? The sound stopped. I waited. Then again, slower, 1 step, 2. I turned sharply toward the noise. Nothing but pale stone and sunlight. My radio hissed faintly, and Stroud's voice came through again, more broken this time, still here. I keep walking. Always the same. Same sky. Same sun. I pressed the transmit button hard. Daniel, listen to me. Stay where you are. Do not keep moving. Can you see anything, landmarks, shade, the canyon rim? Silence. Then, no rim. No shade. Only the circle. I didn't want to answer right away. My throat felt dry as chalk. I looked down at my own boots and realized something that made my stomach twist. My shadow hadn't moved since I'd stepped into the basin. It stayed behind me at the same angle, even though the sun had shifted west. That's when I stopped trying to rationalize it. I just needed to find a way out. I picked a direction north, I thought, and started walking quickly, counting steps. 50, 60, 70. The ground tilted slightly upward, sandstone giving way to loose red sand. I should have reached the outer rim within 200 yards. But the slope never changed. The same twisted juniper, the same half-buried rock appeared again and again. When I hit 120 steps, I stopped. My boot prints were ahead of me again. My own. Pressed deep and perfectly spaced. I don't know how long I stood there. I felt my heart pounding against my ribs, my tongue thick in my mouth from thirst. The sun stayed exactly where it was, low, hazy, but never dropping. The light had that strange amber tint of late afternoon, stretched out too long. Then, faintly, I heard something new. A sound I couldn't place at first, like fabric dragging over stone. Slow, deliberate. It came from the far side of the basin, near the patch of bare sandstone I'd crossed earlier. I walked closer, half expecting to find an animal. Nothing moved at first. But then I saw it, a shape just barely darker than the surrounding rock, crouched low, unmoving. It wasn't human. Not exactly. Its outline shimmered the way heat does off a road, bending the light. I could see through it, almost stone, sand, air, but distorted, like looking through water. It was still, but not natural. The space it occupied didn't quite fit the shape of the ground beneath it. I took one step closer, and it shifted jerky, wrong, like a glitch skipping frames. My mouth went dry. The radio popped again. Brian? The voice was Stroud's, but softer now, weaker. I swallowed hard and answered. I see something. Stay calm. Tell me exactly what you see on your end. He took a long time to answer. You. That one word nearly made me drop the radio. The shape twitched, then straightened. It stood upright, but its proportions were off, limbs too long, shoulders too narrow. The distortion flickered through it, revealing glimpses of the basin behind it as if it wasn't fully solid. I stumbled backward, raising my flare gun instinctively. My hand shook so badly I could barely keep it aimed. The figure didn't move closer. It just turned, like it was studying me. Then I heard it again, Stroud's voice, but it came from behind me this time, closer than before. Don't leave the circle. I spun, but there was no one there. The flare gun slipped in my hand. I fired without thinking. The red streak hissed upward and exploded, flooding the basin in crimson light. For an instant, everything was illuminated, the rock, the sky, the shape. And in that instant, I saw dozens of faint impressions in the stone surrounding the basin, footprints, handprints, drag marks, all arranged in looping arcs. When the flare faded, the figure was gone. I didn't remember running, but suddenly I was kneeling near the center of the basin again, gasping for breath. The ground beneath me pulsed stronger now, the rhythm deep and slow, syncing with my heartbeat. The radio hissed with overlapping voices, Stroud, then my own, echoing back fragments of what I'd said earlier. Stay where you are. Do not move. Circle. I switched it off, but the sound didn't stop. It was coming from the stone. I pressed my palm flat. The vibrations hummed upward through my wrist, faintly forming words like voices trapped under the surface, whispering in rhythm with that steady beat. I couldn't make out the language. It wasn't English. My instinct screamed to get out, even if it meant running blind. I stood and took off toward what I thought was west, not looking back, not caring about direction. The terrain blurred by, the same outcroppings, the same boulders. Every 20 steps, I'd glimpse the basin again, unchanged, waiting. I think I must have looped 6, maybe 7 times before my legs gave out. I fell to my knees and stayed there, trembling, until the world started to tilt. That's when I noticed the light changing. It wasn't nightfall, it was something else. The air itself dimmed, color draining until everything was washed in gray. My watch still read 2:41 p.m., even though it felt like hours had passed. The silence deepened, and for the first time, I realized the wind had completely stopped. I got back on my feet slowly. The circle was behind me again, the center darkened as though shadow pulled there. I didn't see the figure this time, but I knew it was near. You could feel it, the way your body knows lightning's about to strike. A faint scraping sound rose from the stone, something moving just beneath it, circling under the surface. The GPS in my pocket buzzed once. I pulled it out. The screen flickered on. The map showed a perfect ring again, bright red. But there was something new, a small blinking dot just outside the loop. For the first time all day, I felt a surge of hope. Maybe that was the exit. Maybe the loop had a boundary I could break. I forced myself upright and walked toward the blinking point, watching it closely. 50 feet. 40. 30. Then it started moving 2 away from me, keeping the same distance. No, I muttered aloud, half to myself. No, that's not possible. But the dot continued to drift. Every time I stepped forward, it glided back, tracing the circle's edge. I chased it anyway, adrenaline drowning reason. My steps echoed in perfect sync with another set of footsteps I couldn't see. By the time I stopped, I'd made another full lap around the basin. The dot had stopped too. And then, as I watched, it split into 2. One stayed on the map. The other appeared directly behind my position, closing in. The second dot crept closer until it merged with mine on the GPS. The screen froze again, and for a second, I thought maybe it was another glitch. But then I heard breathing. Slow, measured, just behind me. I turned, fast. No one there. Just the faint shimmer of heat, even though the air had gone cold. I stayed still, forcing myself to listen. My pulse was too loud, but beneath it I caught another rhythm, a slow crunch of grit as if someone shifted their weight. I aimed my flashlight toward the sound. The beam cut through gray air, catching on dust motes. And that was when I saw it. A figure stood at the far edge of the basin, half hidden behind a split boulder. At first, I thought it was another hiker until I noticed it stood wrong. The posture was stiff, the head angled too far to one side, as if it were studying me from a distance. The shape didn't move, didn't even sway, but the air around it shimmered the way asphalt does on a summer road. I raised the radio again, but before I could speak, Stroud's voice came through, hoarse and broken. Don't look at it. Where are you? I said. He didn't answer. The voice was quieter this time, almost as if it came from inside the canyon walls themselves. If you look too long, it remembers. I didn't ask what that meant. I just started backing away, keeping the flashlight trained low on the ground. The figure stayed in place, the distortion around it growing thicker, darker. Halfway across the basin, my foot caught on something. I looked down. It was a shoe. Brown leather, sun-bleached and cracked. The sole was torn halfway off, the laces stiff with dust. I knelt, pulled it free from the sand, and froze when I saw what was inside. A fragment of a GPS tracker melted into the heel. The serial number tag still legible, DS1174. Stroud's unit. He'd been here. Right here. I swallowed hard and looked up. The figure was gone. The basin was empty again. That small hope I'd felt when I saw the blinking, the thought that maybe there was a way out, vanished. Because the dot had returned to the center of the circle, motionless. I don't remember making the decision to run. My body just moved, pure instinct. I scrambled up the ridge, slipping on loose gravel, hauling myself toward the rim I thought I'd entered from. The climb felt endless. Every few seconds I'd glance back and swear the basin was no farther away. At some point, I heard my name again, my full name this time, sharp, like someone calling across a canyon. Brian Teller. I froze mid-step. The sound came from above me, not behind. I looked up and saw a figure standing on the ridge. Human silhouette. Ranger uniform. Relief hit me so fast it hurt. I cupped my hands and shouted, "Hey! Down here!" The figure lifted an arm slowly, mechanically, and pointed straight down. Then it turned sideways. The light hit its face just enough for me to see that it was me. Same uniform, same stance, same scar under the right eyebrow. It didn't move after that. Just kept pointing. The air between us shimmered again, and when I blinked, it was gone. I don't know how long I sat there staring at the empty ridge. Could have been seconds, could have been hours. My body felt drained, like the desert heat had burned through me. When I finally looked back at the basin, it was smaller now, almost distant. I realized I'd somehow climbed higher, though I didn't remember the steps that brought me there. The GPS buzzed faintly in my pocket again. I pulled it out, half afraid of what I'd see. New coordinates, flashing red. The map had expanded, showing not one loop but 3 concentric rings, each tighter than the last. The outermost one mine. The middle, Stroud's, maybe. The inner one pulsed like a heartbeat. Then, faintly, I heard voices. Multiple. Whispering from below. I turned off my light. The sound didn't stop. It was coming from the basin. I crept to the edge and looked down. At first, I saw nothing but stone and the faint sheen of the half-light. Then movement. People 5, maybe 6 of them walking the same circle over and over in perfect synchronization. Their outlines were faint, ghost-like, their movements smooth and mechanical. I couldn't see faces, but one of them wore a silver watch. Stroud had mentioned his in the incident log when he picked up his permit. He asked if metal could interfere with compass bearings. I almost called out. Almost. But something held me back. The rhythm of their steps matched the pulse under the ground. And then, as if they'd heard my thoughts, they all stopped at once. Heads turned upward, toward me. I stumbled backward, slipping on loose gravel. My flashlight tumbled from my hand and went dark. When I looked again, the basin was empty. I ran then downhill, I think, though the terrain twisted in ways that made no sense. Every path curved back toward that same hollow. I tried marking rocks with my knife, but the scratches vanished seconds later. My sense of direction broke down entirely. The compass needle spun in slow, lazy circles. At some point, the sun began to fade, not set, just dim. The canyon walls bled color until they looked like bleached bone. I could still see my own shadow trailing me, long and warped, even though no light source remained. I stopped near a narrow crevice in the rock and crouched low, trying to collect myself. My canteen was half empty, my throat raw. I kept replaying Stroud's message in my head, been walking in a loop. The radio crackled again, barely audible, like static pressed into a whisper. Thin words layered over each other, fragments of both our voices. Loop around nothing, can't find the rim, don't look. Then something new, if it calls your name, don't answer. That's when I realized the canyon was no longer silent. A sound rose from behind me, soft, rhythmic, like someone repeating my name under their breath. Not loud enough to echo, just enough to brush the back of my neck. Brian. I stood slowly, not turning around. The voice came again, closer. Brian. I could hear air moving with it now, warm against the side of my face. Every instinct screamed not to turn. So I didn't. I closed my eyes and forced myself to move forward, counting each step like a mantra. 1, 2, 3. The air grew colder with each number. The voice kept pace, whispering right behind my ear. At step 24, it stopped. The silence after was so sharp it made my ears ring. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in the crevice anymore. I was standing back at the basin's center. The pulse beneath the stone was stronger now. My boots vibrated with each beat. Around me, faint lines glowed where the loops had been traced, rings of light, pale red and shifting slowly like living veins. I knelt, unsure why. The stone was warm to the touch, breathing in shallow waves. Beneath it, I heard something moving. Not words this time, movement. Crawling, dragging, like something vast trying to turn in its sleep. The last thing I remember clearly before everything went black was the GPS lighting up again on its own. The screen showed a fourth ring. This one had my name written next to it. When I woke, everything was gray. No sky, no sun, just light without a source. The air smelled faintly of metal, sharp and cold. I was lying flat on my back at the basin's center, the sandstone beneath me still warm. My limbs felt heavy, as if something pressed down on me from above. For a moment, I couldn't tell if I'd lost time or if time itself had stopped. My watch still said 2:41 p.m., same as before. It hadn't ticked once. I pushed myself up slowly. My backpack lay beside me, coated in a flying dust that hadn't been there earlier. When I brushed it off, a static charge jumped between my glove and the pack. The crackle of it echoed far too loudly in the quiet. The glowing rings around the basin were gone. Only faint lines remained, etched into the rock like scars. My GPS lay a few feet away, screen dimly pulsing. I picked it up. The display showed a single loop again, no name, no coordinates, just one red circle centered on a black field. But every few seconds, new dots would appear along it, fading quickly, as if tracing unseen footsteps. I looked up, half expecting to see the figures again. Nothing. Just the canyon's low walls folding inward, sky pale and colorless. For the first time all day, I considered the possibility that I might not make it back. Not because of dehydration or exposure, but because wherever this was, it didn't obey the same rules anymore. I needed to do something, anything grounded. I opened my field notebook and began writing what I could remember, the times, the visuals, the locations, though I wasn't sure any of them meant what they used to. My handwriting trembled across the page. The pen skipped each time the pulse in the stone grew stronger. Halfway through a sentence, the GPS emitted a sharp tone. A message flashed. New track detected. I blinked. Then another line appeared beneath it. Incoming signal, DS-1174. Stroud's unit. Before I could react, the red circle on the display began to distort, stretching, bending inward, forming a spiral. I got to my feet, backing away instinctively. The radio on my shoulder came to life, hissing faintly. Then his voice, Brian. It was weak, static-filled, but definitely his. "I'm here," I said. My voice sounded small against the emptiness. "Daniel, where are you?" "I have your signal." "Not sure," he said. Still walking. "It's smaller now. Keeps folding in. Listen to me. Stop walking. You're inside the loop, right? Just stay still." A pause. Then, I tried that. "It moves anyway." "What moves?" "The crowd." My grip on the radio tightened. "Describe what you see." Another long silence, broken by uneven static. Finally, he whispered, "You." The radio cut out. A sound rose beneath the stone, deep and rhythmic. Not a pulse anymore, but something heavier. Breathing. The ground expanded slightly under my boots, then sank back. The air trembled. I turned and saw the distortion again, closer this time, wavering like heat shimmer, moving toward me across the basin. It wasn't walking. It glided, silent and smooth. Each time it passed over the stone, the surface rippled like water. I ran. The moment my foot crossed the outer edge of the basin, the world shifted. The light dimmed, the air thinned. The canyon around me rearranged itself, ridges twisting, shadows lengthening in impossible directions. I stumbled down a slope that hadn't existed seconds before. My radio crackled once more, filled with overlapping voices, some human, some not. "Don't answer it. Follow the line. Stay inside." The words bled into one another, phrases breaking and reforming. Then a new sound rose, a low hum, resonant and vibrating through my chest. It grew louder until I realized it wasn't coming from the radio. It was all around me. Every stone, every grain of sand was humming. I turned my flashlight on out of reflex. The beam landed on the canyon wall ahead and froze there. Etched across the rock face was a series of concentric rings. Dozens of them, carved deep, spiraling inward to a single point. Each ring was filled with hundreds of names, worn but legible. Some I recognized: rangers, hikers, people listed as missing from the last decade. Stroud's name was there, near the center. Below it, newly carved into the stone, was mine. I stepped back, chest tight, throat dry. My boots scuffed against the rock, and I felt that same vibration again, steady, deliberate. Behind me, the air shimmered once more. I didn't look this time. I just started climbing, hand over hand, scraping against the rock. The stone pulsed beneath my fingers. Every few feet, I'd hear whispers echoing my movements, repeating the count of my steps. When I finally pulled myself over the ridge, the light changed. Color returned, faint blue sky, shadows forming again. I fell to my knees, dizzy and gasping. The canyon below was empty. No rings, no shimmer, just stone. I pulled out the GPS one last time. The screen was blank except for a single message. Exit coordinate found. Return to start. For a moment, I couldn't move. I didn't trust it. But the message pulsed again, then switched to a new line. Time, 2:41 p.m. Same as before. The same endless minute. I followed the direction indicated by the small arrow on the screen. It led me up through a narrow cleft in the rock, the kind that barely lets sunlight through. The farther I climbed, the more normal the air felt. Dry heat, cicadas, wind. The faded. When I finally stepped through the gap, the world opened up again. Real sky, deep blue. The desert wind hit my face so hard I nearly laughed. I turned back toward the canyon. It looked perfectly ordinary, no basin, no glow, no loops. Just layered sandstone and the faint echo of the wind. My truck was parked exactly where I'd left it. The dash clock read 5:03 p.m. But when I checked my watch, it still said 2:41. I sat there for a long time before starting the engine. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Back at the ranger station, I filed an incident report. I wrote what I could without sounding insane: GPS malfunction, possible dehydration, visual distortion due to heat exposure. I left out the rest. The carved names. The shimmer. The voice that called mine. I submitted the coordinates anyway, labeling them basin anomaly, investigate. 2 days later, search and rescue ran a follow-up patrol. They found nothing. No basin, no tracks, no sign of Stroud. The terrain in that area, they said, was continuous rock face, no hollow that could match my description. They sent me home on medical leave after that. Said I had a stress event, maybe heat stroke. I didn't argue. But last night, while reviewing incident logs for my report, I noticed something strange. The tracking data from my GPS had uploaded automatically to the central server. It showed one continuous path, ending where my truck was parked. Except when zoomed in, the final section wasn't straight. It curved tightly into a near-perfect circle. And every 2 minutes, even with the unit powered off, the file updates on its own, adding another loop. Always the same radius. Always centered on nothing. I deleted the file twice. It comes back every time. Sometimes, when the station is quiet, I can feel that hum again, faint through the floor. A pulse, steady and slow. I told myself I'd never go back to Red Canyon. But last night, I dreamed of the basin again, the stone breathing, the air still gray. And this time, when I looked down, there was a new name being carved beside mine. Keller, Brian, 2:41 p.m. And underneath it, a fresh one starting to appear. The first letter was D. My name is Claire Rowan, and I work as a seasonal ranger for Glacier National Park. It's a position that changes with the weather, 6 months on duty, 6 off, but the mountains never really leave you. Even when I go home for the winter, I still wake up thinking I hear wind pushing through the pines outside my cabin at Kinla Lake. The park's silence has a way of following you home. That morning, late August, I was patrolling near the Canadian border, assigned to Boundary Trail 214. The air was sharp with the last edge of summer heat, and the mountains to the north looked like they were carved from cold glass. I'd been covering the route for about a month, alternating shifts with my supervisor, Ranger Eames. It was a lonely stretch, few hikers, fewer camp permits, and most days my only radio chatter came from weather updates or bear sightings miles away. I started my patrol just before 10 a.m., checking trail markers and clearing down branches. The air smelled faintly metallic, like ozone after lightning, though the sky was clean and clear. My pack was heavy with standard field gear, first aid kit, radio, GPS, and one old .357 revolver that I never expected to use. Boundary 214 runs through a series of ridges that form part of the park's northern boundary. The terrain is uneven, wild. Past mile marker 6, cell reception dies, and even the park's repeater channels start to fuzz out. I knew the route well, every twist, every stone cairn, every fire-scarred pine. So when I saw the flare, I knew it wasn't a trick of the light. It bloomed just over the ridgeline, a quick, red burst that cut the sky open and vanished in less than 2 seconds. It came from the valley ahead, right about where the map marks the old fire road that hasn't been used since 2002. For a moment, I just stood there, frozen. Then training kicked in. I noted the time, 10:47 a.m., and the direction, northeast, just above the Hollow Creek turnoff. I raised my radio. Dispatch, this is Ranger Rowan. I have visual confirmation of an SOS flare along Boundary Trail 214, near Hollow Creek Valley. Over. Static. Then a faint reply, barely audible. Copy that, Rowan. Confirm you said SOS. Color? Affirmative. Red flare, 1 burst. Over. Understood. No scheduled burns or rescues in that area. Proceed with caution. Back up en route from Pulbridge Station, ETA 90 minutes. Over. 90 minutes. That stretch of trail can change weather twice in that time. I hesitated but started forward anyway. It wasn't the first flare I'd seen in my career. But this one, it moved differently. The burst had looked thin. Like it came from a low-velocity cartridge, one of the old hand-fired models we stopped using decades ago. Those required a match or lighter to ignite. The park hadn't stocked them since before I started here. The path wound through huckleberry thickets, across small runoff streams, and past the skeletons of long-dead trees left by a wildfire from 1998. The wind picked up, carrying it deep, whistling note through the burnt trunks. I tried my radio again at the half-hour mark, no signal. The GPS flickered once, then froze on a blank map grid. At 11:20, I found the first piece of evidence, flare residue. The charred cap was unmistakable, lying in the dirt beside a broken fern. The label had almost peeled away, but one marking stood clear, model 1999A. My pulse quickened. Those were the ones issued during the 2000 to 2003 Ranger seasons, before the recall. I'd only seen them in storage photos. Whoever fired it had to be carrying one of the old park models or had scavenged it from the retired gear depot. But that depot was across the park, fenced and sealed for years. I crouched, touched the ash. It was still warm. The flare had gone off within the hour. Hello! I called out. My voice echoed, then flattened against the ridge. This is Ranger Rowan with Glacier National Park. If you need assistance, call out or wave your arms. Nothing. Just wind and the soft tick of pine needles falling. I scanned the ridge through binoculars, sweeping east to west. About 400 yards ahead, at the edge of a ravine, something glinted in the light, metallic, small, unmoving. I thought it might be a signal mirror. I started toward it, careful on the uneven slope. When I reached the spot, The metal turned out to be a fragment of an old park-issued belt buckle, half buried in the dirt. The lettering had worn down, but I could still make out the emblem, National Park Service, Glacier Division. Next to it was a boot print. Deep, crisp, facing uphill. I bent down. The pattern was old flat tread, narrow heel, pre-2000s issue. Most of us now wore Vibram soles with high traction. This one looked like something from the old Ranger issue, maybe the same era as that flare. I followed the tracks as they led up the ridge, one after another, until they simply stopped. Not faded, not blown out, just stopped mid-slope, like the person had stepped into air. At 11:52, I marked the coordinates manually and logged them in my notebook. I felt a subtle pull then, something in the air, like static before lightning. The trees were completely still. That was when I saw another flare. This one burst farther north, across the valley, a perfect mirror of the first. Only it wasn't red this time. It was orange. A softer glow, almost golden. It hung in the air for a long moment, then fizzled. I should have waited for backup. Every training manual says the same thing. But in those mountains, you learn to trust your gut. People die if you hesitate. So I crossed the creek bed and started up the next rise, toward where the second flare had gone off. The air grew cooler. My watch read 12:17 p.m. The light overhead had shifted, muted, diffuse, as though the sun had thinned behind a layer of haze. I smelt the metallic tang again, stronger now. That's when I heard it. A faint voice, female, tarried on the wind. Help, please. I stopped. The sound came from ahead, between two ridge lines. Hello. I called back. This is Ranger Rowan. Can you hear me? Silence. Then again, softer, help me. I broke into a jog, following the sound through tangled brush. My heart pounded, and my boots slid in the mud. I turned a corner around a fallen cedar and froze. Someone was standing in the clearing ahead. She wore an old Ranger uniform, the faded green kind we phased out 20 years ago. Her sleeves were rolled to the elbows, and her name tag was gone. Her hair was tied back in a low braid, streaked with gray. In her right hand, she held a flare gun. For a heartbeat, neither of us moved. The woman's expression was blank, unreadable. Then she turned toward the ridge and raised the gun, firing another flare straight into the sky. The burst was red this time, deep and burning, scattering ash that fell like snow. I shouted, "Stop!" Put it down, and reached for my radio. But when I looked back, she was gone. Just gone. No branches broken, no sound of running. Only the flares drifting smoke and the faint scent of burned sulfur hanging in the air. I took a step forward. Something caught my boot. I looked down and saw another belt buckle, same model, same engraving. Only this one was engraved with a name, R. Wallace. I froze. That name was familiar. Ranger Rebecca Wallace, missing since 2003. Disappeared while on solo patrol along Boundary Trail 214. Her case had been reopened twice, never solved. The last recorded distress signal from her radio had been a flare sighting, same area, same direction. The air shifted again, heavy with static. My GPS beeped once and reset its clock to August 23rd, 2003, 11:47 a.m. I looked up at the sky and saw another flare bloom. Red. From exactly where I was standing. For a moment, I thought my eyes were playing tricks. The flare had risen from the very slope where I stood, painting the sky in that sharp, unnatural red. It burned there for what felt like a full minute, too long for a standard cartridge, before breaking apart and falling back as slow, drifting embers. I checked the ground again, scanning for scorch marks or a discarded shell. Nothing. My hands were trembling a little as I reached for my radio. "Dispatch, this is Rowan," I said, forcing my voice steady. "Confirm current timestamp, repeat. Confirm timestamp." Static answered me, a long hiss that flattened into silence. I tried again, then cycled through every available channel. Same thing. The GPS still read August 23rd, 2003. No signal bars. No position fix. I looked toward the valley. The trees down there had turned darker, almost blue in tone, and a thin band of fog was beginning to crawl between them. That wasn't right. The air temperature had been near 70 just half an hour ago. I started back down the slope, retracing my steps toward Hollow Creek. Maybe if I got lower, I could re-establish a signal. The terrain looked different now. The tree line had shifted subtly, the same types of trees, but fewer burned scars. The fallen cedar I climbed over was gone, replaced by younger growth. Every landmark I used for orientation was still there, but younger. I reached the creek bed and froze again. The water was running strong. This stream had been dry for years. I knelt, touched it. The current was ice-cold, clear, untouched by ash. The smell, pine, earth, no trace of smoke or ozone. Something deep in my gut twisted. I'd read about disorientation episodes, temporal distortions caused by exhaustion, dehydration, stress, but this didn't feel like confusion. It felt like replacement. The trail had been swapped for another version of itself, like an older photograph bleeding through the present. I took out my notebook, the one I'd logged coordinates in earlier, and opened it. The last entry, 11:52 a.m., was still there, but the ink had bled faintly across the page, smudged like it had been written years ago. I forced myself to breathe slow, steady. "You're still on boundary 214, I muttered aloud. "You're fine. You saw a flare. You're documenting it. That's all." A branch cracked behind me. I spun. There, half hidden by a pine trunk about 50 feet away, was the same woman. Ranger uniform, braid, no name tag. She wasn't holding the flare gun anymore, just standing, watching. Her face was calmer this time, less startled. When she saw me looking, she gave a small nod, like she recognized me. Then she pointed behind her northward and turned, walking deeper into the fog. I called out, "Ranger Wallace? Is that you?" No response. Against every instinct, I followed. The fog thickened until visibility dropped to maybe 20 feet. The air temperature fell again, enough that my breath began to ghost. I could hear something faint beyond the trees, a rhythmic, hollow sound. Metal on metal. Like someone tapping a pipe. Then the smell returned, burned powder and sulfur. I found another flare casing lying half buried in the dirt, still smoking faintly. I picked it up. The label was the same model, 1999A. Only this one wasn't charred black, it was clean, like it had just been fired minutes ago. I pocketed it. The tapping sound grew louder. I followed it to a small clearing I didn't remember existing on the 214 map. At its center stood a wooden ranger marker, numbered post, weathered but upright. I brushed the moss away and froze. It read, Boundary 214, section closed as of August 20th, '03. I'd seen this marker before. In a photo. It was the last image recovered from Wallace's camera after her disappearance. Something flickered behind me. I turned, and for a split second, I saw the forest flicker too, the green drained out, the fog replaced by light rain, the trees reverting to blackened stumps. Then back again, like two frames overlapping. That's when my radio clicked. "Rowan, you copy." I snapped it to my ear. "This is Rowan, I copy." "Dispatch, do you read me?" "Reading partial signal. Your last coordinates place you north of static drowned it out. Weather advisory, strong cell approaching, return to." The voice wasn't my dispatcher. It was older. The cadence, the tone, it matched one of the archive tapes I'd heard during training. I remembered it because it had belonged to Wallace. "Who is this?" I demanded. "Identify yourself. If you see me, don't follow, stay where you are." Then the signal cut out. I stood there, radio dead in my hand, listening to the silence. The tapping had stopped. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Something rustled just ahead, soft footfalls moving in a slow circle around the clearing. I stepped back. A shape began to emerge through the fog. It was another ranger, male this time, early 30s maybe, in an outdated jacket. He had the old patch design stitched crooked on the sleeve. His face was pale, features blurred by haze. He carried a flare gun at his side but didn't raise it. He looked at me, expression unreadable. "You shouldn't be here." His voice was low, muffled. "I'm responding to an SOS flare," I said, keeping distance. "Are you injured?" He shook his head. "It's not for you." "What isn't?" He didn't answer. He just looked toward the ridge behind me and muttered, almost to himself, "We've already sent it." Then he began to fade, literally fade, like mist dissolving. The flare gun dropped from his hand, hit the ground, and clattered against a stone. I lunged forward and grabbed it before it vanished too. It was real. Heavy. Cold metal grip. The number etched into the handle. Number 0321, issued 2003. Wallace's serial range. I stood there for a long time, holding that flare gun, trying to steady my breathing. The air had gone perfectly still again. When the wind finally returned, it came with a new sound, distant, mechanical, low frequency. At first I thought it was thunder. Then I realized it was the hum of my own radio, reactivating. "Rowan, respond if you can hear me." I pressed transmit. "This is Rowan. I'm on Boundary Trail 214, near Hollow Creek Junction. Visibility poor, intermittent fog. I need confirmation. What's my current date and time? Over." "Claire, thank God. We've been trying to reach you for almost 3 hours. It's 15:06, August 23rd, 2024. Backup's on route. Where exactly are you?" I froze. 2024. I looked around. The fog was thinning, the burned trees returning. The creek behind me was dry again. The smell of ozone came back sharp as wire. For a moment, I thought maybe I'd imagined the whole thing, stress, altitude, dehydration, but then I looked down at my hands. I was still holding the old flare gun, and it was warm. "Dispatch," I said, forcing words out slowly. I found an artifact possibly connected to a historical case. Ranger Rebecca Wallace, 2003 disappearance. Flare gun, serial 0321. I'll bring it in for evidence. A pause crackled back through the speaker. Copy that. Claire, you sure about that serial number? Yes. 0321. Why? Another pause. Longer this time. Then, we recovered that flare gun in 2004 from Wallace's personal effects. It's in storage. You can't be holding it. I didn't answer. The radio hissed again. Claire? Say again? I lowered the radio slowly, the plastic slick in my grip. My own reflection shimmered faintly on the metal barrel of the gun, except it wasn't just mine. Another face hovered just behind it, barely visible, eyes sunken, mouth moving silently as if repeating something. I dropped the flare gun. It hit the ground, didn't bounce, and disappeared into the dirt like it had been swallowed whole. The air went dead quiet again. Then, from somewhere deep in the valley, another flare went up brighter, redder, higher than all the rest. This time, I didn't move toward it. Not yet. The flare hung over the valley like a false sun, red light pulsing in slow intervals, stretching shadows long across the ridge. It didn't drift or fade. It hovered. I waited for the burn to die, for gravity to take it back, but it stayed there, suspended, humming faintly in the silence. I knew I should wait for backup. I even reached for my radio again, thumb hovering over the transmit button. But nothing in me believed I'd still be in the same place by the time they got here. The park was shifting like it had layers, and I'd somehow slipped into one not meant for daylight. So I did what I'd done 100 times before in this job. I took the map, recalibrated my compass, and started moving toward what shouldn't exist. The forest changed as I walked. The sound of my boots softened, swallowed by moss that hadn't been there earlier. Fallen trees were replaced by upright ones, bark thick and wet with condensation. The air grew colder the deeper I went, until it felt like standing beside open water at night. Around 3:40 p.m., at least according to my wristwatch, I reached the ridge where the flare had bloomed. The ground was scorched black in a perfect ring, about 12 feet across. In the center lay a spent flare cartridge, still faintly warm. I crouched, picked it up. Same make, same model, same year, 1999A. And there, just past the edge of the burn, were footprints. 2 sets. One booted, one barefoot. The barefoot ones were small. Woman's size, maybe. The impressions were deep, the toes digging into the soil like whoever left them had been sprinting uphill. The tracks led toward a cut in the rock I'd never noticed before, a narrow pass between 2 slabs, half hidden by vines. The sound came again as I stepped closer. Not the hum of static this time, but a faint voice echoing from the gap. Rowan. It was clear, close, and calm. I froze. Who's there? I called. No response. Just the quiet return of my own name, whispered back by the mountain itself. The pass was tight, barely wide enough for me to slip through sideways with my pack. I switched on my headlamp, adjusted my revolver holster, and stepped in. The temperature dropped immediately. My breath came out as fog. The walls of the passage were slick stone, veined with frost even in late summer. I could see my reflection in the wet surface, though it wavered slightly, lagging half a second behind my movements. Halfway through, I noticed something on the rock, old scrape marks. Letters. Someone had carved into the wall with a knife. Stay with the flare. The lettering was rough, desperate. I ran my hand over the grooves. They were dry, Old. When I finally emerged from the other side, the light had changed again. The sun sat lower, smeared behind thick clouds, and the forest looked untouched. No trails, no markers, no sign of maintenance. And yet, in the clearing ahead, stood a ranger cabin. Not one of ours. The structure was smaller, made of split logs, with a rusted metal chimney. The design was pre-1960s, something from the old border survey days before the park expanded. But the door was closed tight, and a thin line of smoke curled from the chimney. Someone was inside. I called out, "Ranger Service. If anyone's in there, please identify yourself." No answer. I stepped closer, hand hovering near my sidearm. The air smelled of burned magnesium, the same sharp tang as the flares. When I reached the porch, I saw a plaque nailed to the wall. The name had been scratched out, but I could still read the last 3 letters, ACE. I pushed the door open slowly. The hinges moaned. Inside, it was dim. Dust floated in the beam of my headlamp, and the walls were lined with old gear, canvas packs, rope, flare cartridges, and a cracked radio transmitter. On the table sat a logbook, open to the last page. The handwriting was neat but hurried. August 23rd, 2003, 1710. Red flare seen again. North Ridge. Attempting to reach source before weather turns. If found, return to boundary post 214. The signature at the bottom, R. Wallace. I felt my stomach drop. The floor creaked behind me. I turned, heart slamming against my ribs. Someone was standing in the corner, half lit by the faint glow from the hearth. It was her. Ranger Wallace. Only this time, I could see her face clearly. Mid-30s, sun-touched, eyes gray and glassy. She didn't look ghostly. She looked tired. "Claire," she said softly, "you came too far." I didn't know what to say. My mouth went dry. "You shouldn't have followed the flare," she continued. "That's how it pulls you in. It looks like a signal, but it's a door." "What do you mean?" I managed. "Where are we?" She stepped forward, close enough that I could see the dirt under her fingernails, the faded stitching on her uniform. "Between," she said. "You crossed over when you answered the first one. The flare marks the break between now and then." I shook my head. "No, that's not possible." "You felt it, didn't you?" she asked. "The change in air. The creek running when it shouldn't. You already know." I stared at her, trying to reason it out, trying to ground myself in something solid. "If that's true," I said, "then how do I get back?" Wallace looked toward the window, where the red glow still pulsed faintly against the fog. "You'll see one more flare before dark. When it goes up, don't follow it. You wait. You let it burn out. The ones who move toward it, stay." Her voice trembled slightly on that last word. I wanted to ask more, but the ground shook just once, a deep, muffled boom from the valley. The lantern on the wall flickered. Wallace's expression changed. "It's happening again." "What is?" She didn't answer. She turned to the door, opened it, and the wind outside roared to life, scattering ash through the cabin. The sky had gone almost black, though my watch still read 4:02 p.m. lightning flash behind the mountains, silent but blinding. Another flare streaked upward, this time white, rising faster than the others. It exploded high above the ridge, raining silver sparks. Wallace grabbed my arm. Her hand was ice cold. Don't move. The forest began to hum. Low, resonant, like a storm trapped underground. The air shimmered, bending light in thin ribbons. I could see faint outlines of shapes moving beyond the tree-lined figures, some wearing ranger coats, some barefoot, all walking in a slow circle beneath the flare's fading light. They weren't people. Or not anymore. Those are the ones who followed, Wallace whispered. They think it's still the same day. The flare finally died, plunging everything into darkness. When I turned back toward her, she was gone. Only her jacket remained, draped over a chair. The air had gone still again. I could hear my heartbeat. My radio crackled faintly real this time. Claire? We're approaching from the West Ridge. Do you copy? Your beacon's been flickering in and out. What's your status? I forced my voice to work. I think I found something. An old structure near the 214 ridge. Sending coordinates now. I pressed the beacon switch, hoping it was still broadcasting in the right world. Outside, the forest was silent except for the faint hiss of something burning out of sight. The smell of flare smoke lingered like a warning. When I looked up, one last spark was falling from the sky, slow, twisting, like a dying ember. And beneath it, in the clearing below, a figure was standing. Not Wallace. Me. For a heartbeat, I couldn't breathe. The figure below me stood in the same clearing I'd crossed hours ago, same height, same stance, even the same park-issued jacket I was wearing. My jacket. The patch on her sleeve caught what little light remained and flashed back my own name, C. Rowan. I blinked, but she didn't vanish. She lifted her hand, mirroring me exactly. When I raised my flashlight, she raised hers. The beam cut through the mist and met itself halfway, a thread of light suspended in air. Then she lowered it and started to walk. Not away. Uphill. Toward me. I stumbled backward, pulse hammering. Stop. I shouted. Stay where you are. She didn't. Her pace quickened, crunching the wet earth in perfect rhythm with mine as I retreated. For a second, I thought the sound was echoing, but then she broke stride half a second before I did. That's when I knew she was real. My radio crackled again. Claire, your signal's jumping coordinates. Are you moving? Respond. Yes, I hissed, pressing transmit without taking my eyes off the slope. Visual on an unknown individual. Same uniform. Approaching North Ridge. Copy, can you identify? I watched her crest the ridge. Her face was mine, or close enough to make my stomach drop. There were differences, her skin paler, eyes slightly too wide, movements stiffer, as if she were learning how to walk. She stopped 10 feet away, head tilting like she was studying me. The air between us buzzed faintly, static biting at my radio. You shouldn't be here, she said. Her voice sounded like mine too, but stretched, echoing through a tunnel. You followed the flare. I tightened my grip on the revolver. Who are you? Her lips curved into something that wasn't a smile. The part of you that stayed. Every hair on my neck lifted. What does that mean? She took another step closer. The ground trembled faintly beneath her boots. Every time it sends a flare, it needs a watcher. Someone to see it. Someone to cross. It, I whispered. The forest around us seemed to lean in, as though listening. The wind had stopped completely. Even the insects were silent. She pointed past me, toward the direction I'd come, the small cabin, still flickering with the dying fire inside. "She didn't tell you everything," she said. Wallace thought she could send a message, warn the next ranger, end the loop. But she didn't understand. Understand what? That you can't end it. Her words hit like a physical blow. I shook my head, backing away another step. "No, you're not real. You're part of whatever this is." She tilted her head again. "You said the same thing the last time." Lightning flashed, distant but sharp enough to show her face in full. My face, except for the eyes hollow, the pupils wide as night. She moved faster than I expected, lunging forward, grabbing my wrist with freezing hands. I yanked back, but her grip was iron. "Let go." Her expression didn't change. "You have to stay until it burns out." She pulled something from her pocket, a flare cartridge, red-tipped, old style. She pressed it against my hand. I felt the cold metal, the rough ridge of the casing. "Take it," she said. "I'm not firing it." "You already did." The words slid under my skin, wrong and final. I ripped my arm free, the flare falling between us. It clattered on the rock, rolled once, and stopped. The cap cracked open on impact. Instantly, the valley filled with red light. The sound was deafening, like thunder tearing from the ground instead of the sky. My double vanished in the burst, swallowed by the glow. I threw myself down, covering my face. When the light faded, everything was silent again except for my ragged breathing. The flare still burned beside me, but it wasn't a single flame, it was splitting. Each flicker broke apart into thin strands, spreading like veins across the dirt, pulsing faintly. They reached the base of the trees, crawled upward through the trunks, and began to pulse through the forest. It looked like the entire ridge had veins of fire running through it. I stumbled to my feet, backing away until my legs hit the cabin steps. The logbook on the table inside had flipped open again, pages turning themselves until it landed on a blank sheet. Ink bled up from the paper, forming a single line of handwriting my own. August 23rd, 2025, Boundary Trail 214. Red flare seen again. If found, do not follow. I felt something shift under the floorboards, slow, deliberate pressure, like footsteps pacing beneath the cabin. I aimed my flashlight downward. Dust stirred at the seams of the planks. Then came 3 knocks from below. Knock. 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 "Claire, respond," the radio hissed again, louder now. "We're seeing your beacon moving east of your last coordinates. Are you in distress?" I grabbed the radio. "Yes. I need extraction now. Trail landmark unknown, near an old cabin. Possible sinkhole or underground structure beneath me. Can you trace my signal?" "Trying, but your signal keeps resetting. Timestamps jumping between 2003 and now. Static again." Then a burst of feedback so sharp I dropped the radio. Through the open door, the forest glowed red. Every tree was marked with thin lines of light, pulsing like a heartbeat. The sound came next, the deep hum I'd heard before, rising from the ground, vibrating through my bones. And then, faintly, a voice. "Help me." Wallace's voice. It came from beneath the cabin. I stared at the floor. The boards trembled again, dust shaking loose. Then a section near the hearth gave way, collapsing inward to reveal a narrow shaft of darkness. The smell that rose up from it was familiar: flare smoke, ash, and cold stone. I should have run. Instead, I leaned over the opening and shined my light down. The beam landed on something about 15 feet below fabric. A sleeve. The faded green of an old ranger uniform. "Rebecca?" I whispered. The figure below lifted its head. Her face was upturned, eyes wide, but her mouth didn't move. She raised one hand slowly, holding something toward me, a flare gun. The same one I'd found earlier. Only now, it was glowing faintly, pulsing in sync with the forest light. I hesitated, reaching down. The hum deepened. My flashlight flickered once, twice, then went out. Darkness. Then another flare, red and sharp, exploding from somewhere below the ground. The shockwave blew through the cabin, splintering wood and hurling me backward into the dirt outside. When I came to, it was raining. The cabin was gone. Nothing left but blackened earth and a single flare casing beside me, still smoking. I rolled over, coughing, trying to orient myself. The GPS on my wrist was flashing error in red text. My radio was dead. But when I looked up, the sky was different, brighter, the clouds thinner. The smell of ozone had faded. I could hear wind again, distant birds. I stood slowly, scanning the horizon. The valley below was empty, ordinary. No red light, no fog, no sound but the quiet whisper of rain. My compass needle finally steadied. North was north again. Then my radio clicked on by itself. "Owen, we have visual. Copy your position. Hang tight, we're almost to you." Relief hit so hard I almost laughed. "Copy that," I said, voice shaking. "I'm at..." Something caught my eye. Just to my right, in the dirt, was a line of text carved shallowly into the soil, letters forming even as I watched, as though traced by an invisible hand. "Stay with the flare." And beside it, fresh footprints. Barefoot. Leading downhill toward Hollow Creek. When I looked up, a new flare arced skyward, brighter than all the others, blooming red against the pale dawn. Only this time, I didn't know whether it came from the valley below or from me. The radio hissed. "Claire? Do you see that? We've got a flare. Looks like it's coming from your coordinates." I looked down at my hand. A flare gun rested there, warm, pink-chipped, serial number barely legible. Number 0321. Rebecca Wallace's. The wind shifted, carrying a faint echo through the trees, a woman's voice, thin and distant, calling for help. I turned toward it, and before I could stop myself, raised the gun. The trigger felt cold. And when the red burst lit the clouds again, I finally understood what Wallace meant. It was never a rescue signal. It was a beacon for whoever came next. My name is David Lorne. I serve as a ranger for the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, based out of Sugarland Station. I've worked here for 12 years, long enough to know the way the fog moves through the valleys, the smell of laurel after rain, and the quiet panic that settles in when a hiker doesn't come back by sundown. On the morning of June 14th, I was assigned to assist with a missing person call near Hollow Step Creek, a narrow tributary that runs east of Little River. The call came in at 8:47 a.m. A man named Jason Crowder, 36, had failed to return from a solo overnight hike. His girlfriend reported him overdue after he missed 2 scheduled check-ins. She'd said he was experienced, carried a basic GPS, and planned to camp near a clearing known locally as the Steps, where the creek widens into shallow terraces of shale. I've been to that area dozens of times. Hollow Step Creek isn't on any official trail map. It's one of those half-forgotten drainages where animal paths weave in and out of the brush. The terrain there can trick you. Everything looks the same. Every bend seems familiar. People don't go missing because they do something stupid. They go missing because the landscape stops making sense. I loaded my pack with standard SAR gear, map, radio, medical kit, reflective panels, GPS receiver, and a set of evidence markers. My partner that day was Ranger Tom Haskins, a 20-year veteran who'd seen more than a few recoveries in this park. We set out from the service road gate just after 9, the sky still low with fog. The air smelled wet and mineral sharp, the kind of air that sticks in your lungs. We reached the first staging point at 9:40. 2 volunteers from the local hiking club had already swept the lower ridgeline with no luck. A white Subaru, registered to Crowder, sat parked neatly at the old fire road pull-off. The driver's window was cracked open an inch. A folded topo map lay on the passenger seat with a circle drawn around Hollow Step. No signs of struggle, no animal tracks nearby, no cigarette butts or food wrappers, nothing. Tom looked at the creek's direction on his GPS, then back at the ridge. If he followed this drainage up from here, he'd hit the first shelf in about an hour, he said. Let's check the creek bed before we split grid. We moved down into the brush. The descent was steep, mossy rocks, slick leaves, roots like cables. Water ran shallow and clear, cold enough to sting through gloves. About half a mile upstream, the banks flattened into a sandy bed. That's when we saw it. A single boot stood upright in the center of the creek bed. Not toppled, not wedged upright. The left one, dark brown leather, size around 11. It looked almost placed there, perfectly balanced on its heel. The laces were still tied, the tongue folded properly, and when I crouched beside it and touched inside, the lining was dry. Completely dry. I remember saying, "That's impossible." Tom said nothing for a while. Then he took a photo with his work phone, marked a flag, and used a stick to lift it gently. The tread was clean except for some fine sand. No sock, no blood, no sign of tearing. We called it in over the radio. Dispatch logged it as a possible article related to missing person Crowder and told us to continue the sweep. We bagged the boot and marked GPS coordinates, 35.6741 degrees north, 83.6132 degrees west. From that point, Hollow Step Creek narrowed again, curling north through rhododendron thickets. I remember how silent it was there. Usually, you'd hear insects, birds, something, but that section was dead quiet except for water on stone. Around 11:15, we found the remains of a small campfire about 20 yards from the creek. Charcoal still faintly warm. No tent, no tarp, no food waste. Someone had burned pine needles and damp sticks, improvised fuel, not what an experienced hiker would use. Tom squatted down, picking through the ash with a gloved hand. "Looks like he made it here last night," he said. "Fire's less than 12 hours cold." I circled the area and found boot prints leading toward the bank, heavy tread, same size as the found boot. The right print was deep, the left faint, as if the person had already lost one shoe. The print stopped abruptly at the waterline. The creek there was less than knee-deep, maybe 6 feet wide. On the other side, soft mud should have caught a clear impression. But it was undisturbed, perfectly smooth. No prints leading away, no drag marks, no sign of entry. Just the right boot print ending mid-stride at the edge of the water. I radioed coordinates again, logged them in the search record. We spread into a half-mile fan pattern along the opposite bank, combing through brush and gullies. Nothing. By early afternoon, humidity climbed into the 90s. Our shirts clung like soaked rags, radios crackled from moisture. At 1340, Command decided to pull in a drone team from Gatlinburg for an overhead sweep. We were told to hold position near the creek head until they arrived. I sat on a flat boulder and took a sip from my canteen. The water around my boots shimmered with light, silver ripples crossing each other like threads. I stared at that dry boot inside the evidence bag and kept thinking about how neatly it had been standing, like someone had untied it, placed it down gently, and stepped away barefoot. Tom looked over at me. "You ever see something like that before?" I shook my head. "No." Closest was a glove they found on the Chimney Tops Trail back in 19. Try inside, after a rainstorm. Maybe he slipped, lost one boot, got disoriented, Tom said. People panic when they lose footing. Maybe he tried to cross barefoot and got swept downstream. That would mean the creek took him, I said. But there's no sign of drag, and it's not strong enough to move someone that size. Tom exhaled. "Yeah, well, things get strange out here when folks start making bad decisions." By 1420, the drone unit arrived, 2 rangers from the Knoxville district, equipped with thermal and optical cams. They launched from a clearing near the ridge. I watched the feed through the portable monitor, long green swaths of forest, flickers of heat where deer moved under cover, patches of sun bleeding through fog. Nothing human. Then, at 1453, the operator flagged an anomaly, a faint heat trace about a quarter-mile upstream from our position. Stationary. Could have been a small animal, but the size matched a person lying prone. We made our way up through slick rock and brush. The coordinates led us to a shallow pool where the creek widened again. The ground was littered with shale fragments. At the center of the pool, half submerged, was a single sock. Gray wool, thick hiking type. Caught against a branch. No body, no other clothing. Just that sock. Tom collected it carefully, bagged it, and looked at me with that expression I've seen too many times, the one that says this might not end well. We kept moving another half-mile until the canyon walls closed in. The water here disappeared under slabs of rock, forming narrow undercuts, natural culverts that sometimes run for yards beneath the surface. They're dangerous. You can get pulled in by suction and never come out. We stopped there. Command radioed in to say they'd continue the drone sweep from above, but wanted us to hold until a technical team could check the undercuts. We waited in silence. The heat pressed down like wet wool. At 1530, thunder rolled somewhere over the ridge. We started back toward the fire site to set a temporary marker before the rain hit. As we passed the spot where we found the boot, I noticed something odd. The shallow sand around the flag marker had shifted, not washed, just pressed in. 3 depressions, heel to toe, forming half of a barefoot track. No water flow strong enough to make them. No debris moved. Just 3 clean impressions in damp sand, leading from the center of the creek toward the bank and stopping there. I took photos, logged the coordinates, and said nothing. By the time we reached the service road again, the first drops of rain had started to fall. That night, back at Sugarland Station, I entered my report. Item number 4, 1 left boot, size 11, found upright in creek bed, dry interior. Item number 5, partial barefoot impressions discovered later, same location, orientation toward bank. Under remarks, I wrote, Possible secondary search area recommended pending weather conditions. Then I stared at the last line on the form for a long time before typing the words I hated most. Subject still missing. The rain lasted through most of the night. By dawn, the valleys were wrapped in fog so dense the trees looked like they were floating. Command decided to resume search at 6 o'clock sharp. Tom and I drove back to the staging area with the rest of the morning crew of 6 rangers, 3 volunteers, and 2 K9 units trained for scent tracking. The dogs were good ones, both shepherd mixes, restless from being kept in the trailer during the storm. The plan was simple: follow the creek from our last known coordinate and push upstream. If Crowder had been caught in a flash surge or slipped into one of the undercuts, the current might have carried him down to one of the gravel fans below. The water wasn't strong enough to drown a man by force, but it could pin him if he was knocked unconscious or wedged under shale. At 6:43, we re-entered the gorge. The world felt reset, scrubbed clean. The creek was louder now, frothing pale brown from runoff. Every rock slick. The boot marker we'd left yesterday was gone. Swept downstream, only the flagpole and part of the plastic evidence tag remained. Tom frowned. That current shouldn't have been enough to move a leather boot. It was standing before, I said. It didn't take much to unbalance it. Still, it was strange to see that spot so clean, like nothing had been there. We moved carefully along the left bank, boots sinking deep into mud softened by rain. Every few yards, the K9s paused to sniff the air or circle tight around boulders. At first, nothing. Then, about 200 yards in, both dogs stiffened, tails locked, noses low to the ground. They'd caught a trace. One handler called out, positive. The dogs pulled upstream, leading us along the curve of the creek to a spot where the bank rose steeply into a slope of leaf-littering shale. There, caught against a tangle of roots, we found something half-buried, a torn section of nylon strap. Tom knelt and brushed off the mud. It was from a backpack harness, tan, frayed at the edge, the buckle still intact. The plastic clip bore the faint imprint Osprey, the same brand listed on Crowder's gear inventory. We flagged and bagged it. Another log entry. Another lead. The handlers let the dogs continue, but the scent dissipated near the slope's crest. One circled for nearly 2 minutes, whining softly, before finally sitting down and refusing to move forward. The other dog mirrored the behavior, ears low, posture hesitant. The handler looked uneasy. It's like they're confused. Not losing the scent, just not following it. Could be wind direction, Tom said, though his tone didn't match the explanation. We spread out to grid the slope. The terrain above was slick clay, shaded by hemlock and pine. That's when I saw what looked like a faint slide mark, soil disturbed in a diagonal streak leading from the slope's edge down toward the creek. It wasn't deep enough for a body, more like something dragged or slipped halfway before stopping. At the bottom of the mark was a small indentation in the mud. Circular. Maybe 3 inches wide. I couldn't tell what made it, certainly not a footprint, not a branch. Just a clean press, shallow, like something had rested there for a moment before being lifted. Tom joined me. You think he fell here? Could be. Maybe dropped something and tried to grab it. We scanned for secondary tracks, anything indicating direction. But the rain had erased everything finer than a stick. By 9 o'clock, the air grew warmer. Steam rose off the soaked leaves, and our radios hissed with interference. Command updated that the drone team would do another flyover once the fog burned off. Until then, we were to hold the upper section and check for any route that could have led Crowder toward the ridgeline. Around 9:40, I climbed ahead to scout a narrow spur that climbed west above the creek. From there, you could see the bend where the water disappeared under the rock shelf, the same culvert we marked yesterday. Except now, the entrance was half collapsed. Rain and runoff had triggered a minor landslide overnight. The shale layers had folded down, sealing part of the undercut. I radioed the coordinates and waited while Tom and 2 others joined me. We decided to dig just enough to confirm whether anyone or anything had been trapped inside. The soil was wet but loose. We cleared the upper layer with shovels, then pried at the shale slabs with a crowbar. About 20 minutes in, one of the volunteers found fabric under the debris, a torn panel of waterproof nylon, olive green, same as Crowder's tent color. It was packed with silt. No other debris nearby. I crouched beside it, brushing off mud until the logo came clear, MSR Elixir 1. The single-person tent from his equipment list. Tom exhaled through his teeth. That means he was here. Yeah. Question is, when? The tent section looked like it had been shredded by pressure, not cut. No burn marks, no claw tears. Just torn seams. We found no poles, no stakes, nothing else. We called it in, then decided to widen the dig. If the collapse had trapped the rest of the tent, we'd have to notify the technical recovery crew. But the more we cleared, the clearer it became there was no body. Just the tent panel, a few strands of cord, and the smell of wet clay. By 11:15, Command instructed us to pause excavation and let the geological team inspect the site before continuing. Tom sent in updated photos, then sat down on a rock, rubbing the mud off his gloves. Something's off, he said quietly. The way the debris settled, it doesn't match the slope angle. It looks like it came from below. I frowned. Below? He nodded at the rock shelf. See how the shale's bowed upward? That means pressure came from under the stream bed. Water built up, maybe. But for that to happen overnight, the flow rate would have needed to triple. And it didn't rain that hard. No, it didn't. We didn't have an answer, so we just noted it and kept working. By noon, the drone feed came through again. The aerial team had traced our movement along the creek and scanned both upstream and downstream with thermal imaging. No heat signatures. But the operator noted an odd pattern along one stretch of the creek. Water temperature dropped sharply over a distance of only 10 meters. That's unusual. Surface water doesn't shift that drastically unless there's a spring or a sinkhole beneath redirecting flow. Command marked it for follow-up hydrology testing. At 13:10, a volunteer spotted something glinting in the mud near the far side of the creek. It was a metal object, half buried. When I went to check, I recognized it immediately. A watch. Black digital Casio, face cracked but still working. The time displayed 14:18. That caught me. 14:18 was the timestamp of Crowder's last recorded GPS ping the previous day, logged automatically through his Garmin when it synced via satellite. The signal had gone dead just 1 minute later. The battery had somehow held through the rain. I pressed the light button, and the faint glow still flickered. I logged it and sealed it in the evidence pouch. After that, the search slowed. Every clue we found pointed to the same narrow section of the creek, 100 yards where everything seemed to converge, then stop. Boot. Sock. Tent. Watch. No body. No pack. At 15:30, the geological team arrived and took samples from the shale collapse. They confirmed the undercut extended deeper than expected, almost 12 feet below the current surface, forming a series of small, water-filled cavities. If he fell in there and got trapped, one of them said, you wouldn't find him until the water recedes. Could be days. Command decided to suspend physical digging for safety. They bring in sonar the next morning. As we packed our gear, I took one last look at the slope. The creek shimmered dull and brown under the weak light. Rain still clung to the leaves, dripping slow. Somewhere downstream, I heard the dull knock of a rock shifting underwater. Tom glanced over. You okay? Yeah, I said. Just thinking about that boot again. He gave a tired half smile. It's always the small things that stick with you. That night, back at the ranger station, I wrote my second report. It filled 6 pages. I listed every object, every coordinate, every timestamp. Under remarks, I typed, subject remains unlocated. Environmental factors suggest entrapment within submerged cavities. Search to continue pending sonar results. Then I stopped before signing, remembering those 3 bare footprints pressed in sand, still unexplained, still lingering in my mind long after everything else washed away. Morning came clear and cold, the kind of brightness that feels dishonest after a bad night. The air above the Smokies hummed motionless, heavy with vapor rising off the ridges. By 7 o'clock, the technical team had set up the portable sonar unit downstream from where we found the tent fabric. Tom and I joined them after a quick check-in at Sugarlands. The crew consisted of 2 hydrology techs from Knoxville and a diver from the Blount County Rescue Squad. The plan was straightforward: scan every visible cavity along the creek, map the undercuts, and lower the diver if any sizable voids appeared on the feed. The equipment wasn't much bigger than a lunchbox, one of those handheld side-scan units mounted on a floating rig. The display looked like grainy ultrasound, all gray shadows and streaks of white. We started at 8:15. The first 100 feet of the creek showed nothing except silt and shale. The next section displayed irregular depressions, small voids, no larger than a helmet. Too small for a body. The deeper we scanned, the colder the water got. The temperature gradient confirmed what the drone had caught yesterday, a 10-meter stretch where the water dropped nearly 15 degrees. The lead tech frowned at the readout. You've got subterranean flow under here. Probably a sink or feeder line. Could run straight into a limestone pocket. Meaning it might open into a chamber? I asked. He nodded. Or seal itself off. Depends on pressure. Sometimes they collapse, then reopen. The diver prepped his suit anyway. His name was Wahana, early 40s, calm face, the kind of guy who's been in dark water too often to be nervous anymore. Before he went in, he asked me to brief him. I told him about the missing boot, the tent, the sock, the watch. He just nodded and said, "We'll see what the creek wants to tell us." At 9:10, he entered the water, tethered by a 30-foot line. The current wasn't strong, but the cold hit hard. Within seconds, only the top of his tank showed above the surface. We watched the feed from his helmet camera. Murky water, pebbles, flashes of light as the beam caught Micah. He followed the bed down, swept under the first rock shelf, and disappeared into shadow. The feed flickered. Static, then darkness. "Will, copy?" the tech said through comms. His voice came back steady. "Still here. Tight crawl. Looks like a cavity opening ahead, maybe 6 by 3 feet. He angled his light down. The space widened slightly, then leveled into what looked like a hollow pocket about the size of a small room, filled halfway with cloudy water. Debris floated near the roof, twigs, leaves, a strip of fabric that might have been nylon. "I'm entering the pocket," he said. The image cleared as silt settled. Then something drifted across the camera, a length of cord, frayed at the end. "Looks like guy line," he said. "Matches 10 cord." He followed it toward the back wall, which curved upward. The light caught an object near the bend. Small, cylindrical, metallic. He reached for it and pulled it close to the lens. A flashlight, black aluminum, brand Phoenix, coated with silt. The model number matched the one listed in Crowder's gear manifest. We all looked at each other, the same thought unspoken. Will clipped it to his vest and continued scanning the chamber. "No remains visible," he said. "Just debris. Visibility's about 4 feet. I'll sweep the far end." He turned his light toward the deepest section. The sediment swirled faintly, as if water were moving from below. "I've got current under me," he said. "Feels like an outflow." "Copy," the text said. "Do not enter if unstable." "Roger that." He tried to probe it with his gloved hand, but the silt lifted like smoke, clouding everything. A moment later, his camera tilted sharply. Something had shifted under him. The image went wild for a second before stabilizing. "Small collapse," he said, breathing heavy. "Lost footing. No injury." He paused, then added, "This cavity's not safe for more than one pass. I'm backing out." We watched him retreat through the narrow chute, following the line back to daylight. When he broke the surface, he looked pale, shivering. He handed me the flashlight. "Inside was quiet," he said. "Too quiet. You ever been under rock like that? You can feel the weight pressing from every direction." I nodded. "Yeah, it does that." He added quietly, "If he went deeper than I did, he's gone. That channel breathes. It opens and closes like a lung." We sent the flashlight to forensics for print and corrosion testing. The rest of the morning, we extended our search grid another quarter-mile upstream. No more objects, no sign of a pack or clothing. The creek flattened into a meadow beyond that point, losing the sheer walls that made it dangerous. By noon, Command decided to scale back the operation. They'd run sonar again after rainfall lowered, maybe within 72 hours. Until then, no further dives. That left me and Tom with paperwork and the small job of retrieving trail cameras from the access route. We'd set 3 yesterday to monitor wildlife disturbance. The footage might show if Crowder passed through before the storm. The first 2 cameras recorded nothing except raccoons and a black bear moving through at night. But the third, mounted near the hollow step trailhead, showed something else. Timestamp, June 13, 1806. A single man entered the frame, wearing khaki pants, gray shirt, carrying a dark green pack. Jason Crowder. He looked calm, walking at an even pace. The clip ran 27 seconds. He crossed toward the creek and vanished into the trees. 2 minutes later, the camera caught movement again, same direction, same angle, but the figure was half out of frame this time, closer to the lens, head turned as if listening to something. Then he stopped. He stood still for a full 11 seconds, staring toward the woods beyond the camera's range. No audio, but you could see his throat move slightly, like he was talking. After that, he shouldered his pack again and walked on. Nothing else after that. I replayed the video 3 times before realizing what bothered me. The light on his pack, the small orange LED from his GPS beacon, was off. The device automatically powered on when in motion. I confirmed that with the manufacturer's manual later that evening. For it to be off, he would have had to disable it manually. But why would a solo hiker turn off his only satellite beacon 2 hours before dark? We forwarded the footage to command and to the investigation unit in Gatlinburg. The official stance was to await further physical evidence before assuming foul play. But the internal memo that circulated later used the phrase unusual behavioral indicators. That's Ranger language for something not adding up. The rest of the day blurred into cleanup. We hauled out debris, retrieved ropes, closed the perimeter. At 16:45, search was suspended pending hydrological assessment. Crowder's status remained missing, presumed accidental. Back at the station, I sat through the debrief, listening to radio chatter fade as teams checked out one by one. When it was quiet, Tom and I stayed behind in the gear room. The floor smelled like wet rubber and coffee. He rubbed his forehead. "You think we'll find him?" I didn't answer right away. If he's in one of those cavities, maybe. Depends on the flow. Tom looked at the bagged flashlight on the table. 12 years I've done this. I've seen drownings, bear attacks, hypothermia. Every time, there's a pattern. This one doesn't fit any. I said, sometimes nature just wins. He gave me a look. You don't believe that? I didn't. Not entirely. When I left that night, the parking lot was empty except for my truck and the evidence van. The mountain stood black against a rising moon. I sat there a long while, engine off, listening to nothing but cicadas and the faint trickle of water in the distance. The park always keeps its own counsel. 3 days after the sonar sweep, the weather broke again. Heavy rain rolled down from the ridges, turning every hollow into a river. When it finally cleared, Command authorized a final recovery attempt. It was June 18th, 5 days since Jason Crowder had disappeared. We assembled at 6:30. The creek had swollen another 8 inches overnight, but visibility was fair. The hydrology techs from Knoxville were back, along with a secondary sonar rig, higher frequency, better definition. This time they brought an endoscope camera rig to a weighted probe. The plan was to send it into the deeper culverts where a diver couldn't fit. Tom and I returned to the same section where we'd found the tent fragment and the watch. The water there ran louder now, the sound echoing off the shale like a low drumbeat. We anchored ropes along the bank for safety. The tech calibrated the sonar head, lowered it beneath the surface, and began the slow scan. The gray screen pulsed, mapping every void and pocket in real time. For the first 20 minutes, nothing but the familiar shapes, rocks, debris, air gaps. Then, about 12 feet below the initial ledge, a new image flickered onto the display, a long, narrow-formed wedge between two boulders. It wasn't clear at first, just an elongated shadow. But the measurements matched human scale, roughly 6 feet long, tapering slightly near one end. Everyone went quiet. The tech adjusted the game. The outline sharpened, a torso, limbs faintly visible, bent at an angle that didn't look natural. Tom exhaled through his nose. That's him. We relayed the coordinates to command, marked the location with GPS, and began setting up a controlled extraction zone. The water pressure and sediment load made it impossible to send a diver safely, so the county recovery team planned to use grappling hooks and weighted lines to shift debris first. It was tedious, dangerous work. Every move risked a secondary collapse. We rotated crews in 15-minute intervals. The creek's current pulled steady but not violent. Still, the silt rose so thick at times that visibility dropped to zero. At 9:47, one of the hooks caught. The line went taut. Slowly, piece by piece, they pulled against resistance until a dark mass rolled free from between the rocks. When it broke the surface, the smell hit before the sight did. The body floated half submerged, face turned away, one arm extended stiffly upward as if reaching for air. We guided it to the bank with slow, steady motion. I waded in waist-deep to help lift it onto the tarp. The skin was pale, bloated from days in cold water. The right foot was bare. The left leg still wore a single boot, the matching one to what we found standing upright in the creek 5 days ago. Inside the boot was packed silt, wet leaves, and fine gravel. No obvious trauma. No sign of animal disturbance. His pack was missing, but his belt still carried the empty sheath for a knife. The watch we'd recovered earlier had indeed been his. We radioed confirmation to command, body located and recovered, probable Jason Crowder. The rest of the scene blurred into routine, the forensic photos, the coroner's arrival from Blount County, the respectful silence that settles over a recovery site once the search is done. I remember kneeling beside him for a moment after they sipped the bag. The creek water kept sliding past, indifferent, washing over my boots. Tom stood beside me. Guess that's closure. Maybe for the report, I said. He looked at me sideways. You think otherwise? I shrugged. Something doesn't sit right. That boot was dry, Tom. The creek was running then too. No way it should have stayed that way unless it was placed. Placed by who? I didn't answer. The coroner ruled accidental drowning. His lungs were waterlogged, no signs of external injury, no defensive wounds. Estimated time of death, evening of June 13th, consistent with his last GPS ping. Officially, the case closed within 48 hours. But in the ranger world, closure's an administrative word. It doesn't change what your brain replays afterward. In the days that followed, I helped catalog the evidence. Each item went into separate bags. The left boot, dry. The right boot, recovered on body. The nylon tent fragment, the flashlight, the wristwatch. Everything lined up on a table under fluorescent light, tagged with dates and coordinates. When you looked at them together, they told a story, but not a full one. The watch stopped at 14:18, the exact minute the GPS lost contact. The flashlight still worked when we rinsed it. The batteries were new. The nylon strap from his pack showed fray from tension, not cutting. That meant something pulled against it with steady pressure until the stitching gave. The autopsy later found a small bruise along his left temple, consistent with a fall. The coroner's note read, likely struck head during descent into creek. Subsequent disorientation led to accidental immersion. Possible, yes. But I'd seen that section of creek. The drop wasn't more than 4 feet. You don't get knocked out from that unless you hit perfectly wrong. The investigative unit wrapped it neatly. Solo hiker, evening rain, slip near shale shelf, unconscious fall into culvert. Current held body in submerged cavity until recovery. End of report. Except the internal memo that followed, circulated quietly among us, added one more observation. During debris analysis, a small patch of compacted sand had been found inside the cavity where his body was trapped. When tested, the sand layer showed no water penetration, meaning it had been dry when it settled, later sealed by shifting rock. No one could explain how dry sediment could exist inside a flooded cavity. Air pocket, someone said. Could have formed when the water dropped, trapped dry material. That explanation made the rounds and stuck because it fit neatly enough to file away. But I've seen dozens of creeks, hundreds of recoveries. Sediment doesn't stay dry 5 feet underwater unless it was placed before the collapse. When I went back a week later to retrieve a wildlife camera, I stopped at that same bend. The flag marker was gone, washed away. The creek had calmed again, its surface glassy. I stood there for a long time, watching water curl around my boots. You start thinking about small details when the big ones refuse to resolve. A dry boot. A clean footprint. A watch still ticking 12 hours after submersion. None of it amounted to proof of anything, just small puzzles stacked atop one another until they formed a shape you can't quite name. I told myself it didn't matter. The park reclaims what it wants. Sometimes it gives something back, sometimes it doesn't. But that night, when I logged my final summary, I wrote what every ranger eventually writes. Subject recovered. Cause, accidental. Contributing factors, weather, terrain, personal decision-making. Then, after a long pause, I added one line under remarks. Recommend signage installation at hollow step access point. Hazard rating underestimated. I sent the file and shut down the terminal. It should have ended there. A week later, an envelope arrived from the evidence lab routine closure packet, inventory list, chain of custody confirmation. Inside, along with the paperwork, was a photo print, the recovered items laid out together for documentation. Only one thing stopped me. In the photo, between the two boots, lay a faint mark on the drying tarp, a single, bare footprint pressed in silt. No one else had been barefoot at the recovery site. The lab photographer said later it must have been an artifact from runoff water or mud shift. Maybe it was. Still, I kept that print. Folded it once and slipped it into my field log. I don't believe in anything mystical about these mountains. But I do believe the land has memory, and sometimes it remembers things we'd rather not see. When I drive past Hollow Step Creek now, I slow down, roll down the window, and listen. It sounds ordinary again. Water on rock. Birds overhead. Nothing else. But every time, I can't help glancing toward the bend where we found that boot, half expecting to see it standing there once more, perfectly upright, dry inside, waiting for someone to notice.